Hi everyone, thanks for returning. Let's unravel another perplexing mystery. The case of Jamie Hahn. Jamie Hahn was born on October 25, 1983, in Orangeburg, South Carolina. She grew up with her two brothers, Brett and Justin, and her sister, Ashley. Despite her parents' divorce and later remarriage, but Jamie was always a cheerful child. She attended a well-known private prep school, recognized for its excellent education. During junior high, Jamie visited the University of North Carolina with her classmates and immediately fell in love with its beautiful campus, dreaming of attending one day. Since she was a student, Jamie has always wanted to help others, which is why she joined the board of the Hope Center to support troubled youth. Later, she participated in several political campaigns, including the 2008 presidential campaign of Senator John Edwards, who was competing against Obama. Jamie became a prominent figure within the Democratic Party in North Carolina. During a campaign, she met Nation. Initially, they were just friends, but later this relationship turned into love. For months after first romantic moment, they announced their engagement and then held a wedding ceremony on April 18, 2009. Both Jamie and Nation were both excelling in their careers. Jamie owned a political fundraising consulting firm, while Nation was a popular online strategist who helped politicians and nonprofits with their campaigns. Friends and acquaintances described them as exceptionally kind, gentle, and generous, and this couple is highly appreciated. They took their marriage vows seriously and were involved in a project to support young families in North Carolina. Jamie and Nation do not have children yet, but they plan to have children soon. They both enjoyed active social lives. Jamie was known among her friends and family as a compassionate and generous person who could spread happiness. Her talent and passion for politics made many believe she had a bright future ahead. However, their seemingly perfect life suddenly was shattered. 31 years old Jonathan Wayne Brill, a close friend of Nation and a guest in the couple's home. He was also known to Jamie. She had hired him as an accountant at her political consulting firm after he moved to North Carolina. The couple kindly let him stay at their home until he settled down and found his own place. Nation and Jonathan were from the same hometown and met in 2000 during a church trip. Despite being 4 years apart in age, they quickly became friends. Like many childhood friends, they lost touch when one went to college, but reconnected after graduation and became very close. Jonathan even served as the best man at Nation and Jamie's wedding in April 2009. The three of them were like the Three Musketeers, living by the motto, one for all and all for one. They went on vacations together, had regular Monday dinners, and celebrated holidays as a group. To some neighbors, Jonathan was practically part of the Nation family because he spent so much time at their home. The deep relationship between the three of them seemingly unbreakable makes the violent incident, where all three were stabbed in their own home, even more confusing and tragic. Every Monday, Jamie and Nation would invite their friend Jonathan over for dinner. On that day, their friend Jonathan came earlier than usual to discuss campaign details with Jamie. Jamie and Nation were very worried about Jonathan because he had told them about his pancreatic cancer diagnosis, which is a severe and often terminal disease. With their caring nature, Jamie and Nation accompanied Jonathan to his medical appointments and consistently supported him throughout his difficult fight for life. Jamie was so emotional that she asked Nation if they should think about having a child soon, so their future child could know Jonathan. This showed their deep affection and respect for Jonathan, hoping their future child could have the chance to bond with him. The recent cancer diagnosis a harsh blow, but that wasn't the first health problem Jonathan had to deal with. Over the years, Jonathan had been hospitalized several times. On one occasion, he confessed to Nation that during a gallbladder operation he had been diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. As a result, the Hahns had invited Jonathan to live with them temporarily, providing him with care and support until his health improved. On Monday, April 22, 2013, Jamie and Jonathan went into the kitchen to discuss work matters, while Nation arrived home and went upstairs. Nation then was shocked by Jamie's screams, calling out his and Jonathan's names. Thinking that Jonathan might have fallen ill due to his medical condition, Nation rushed downstairs. Halfway down, he heard Jamie's terrified voice shouting that someone was trying to stab her. In the kitchen, Nation found a horrifying scene. His wife was on the floor, bleeding heavily, and Jonathan was standing over her with a large kitchen knife. As Jonathan turned and advanced towards Nation, knife raised menacingly, Nation was frozen in disbelief. How could such a nightmare happen in just a few minutes? In a desperate attempt to defend himself, Nation grabbed the blade with one hand, trying to hold it tight, while using the other hand to hit Jonathan in the face. He urgently told Jamie to escape to safety. Even though Jamie was seriously injured, she somehow managed to get up from the floor and run out of their house through the side door. After she was outside, Nation pushed Jonathan aside and quickly followed his wife. Exterior, Jamie hastily headed to the nearest neighbor's house for help. Unfortunately, no one answered her frantic knocking. With all my remaining strength, she tried to reach another house. However, overcome by her injuries, she collapsed unconscious in their yard. The neighbor who saw the chaos in his yard immediately contacted emergency services. From Jamie's confused statements, he understood that someone named Jonathan, who appeared to still be inside her house, had attacked her with a knife. He quickly used a towel to cover the many wounds on Jamie's abdomen and urgently called for an ambulance and the police. When arriving patrol officers, they followed a trail of blood from the neighbor's yard to the Jamie residence. Surrounding the house, they ordered the person inside to come out with their hands up. Soon, a disheveled bald man appeared on the porch. The officers saw he had injuries on his wrists and a stab wound in his abdomen. Because of his injuries, he was taken to the hospital in an ambulance accompanied by a police officer. On the way, the man became upset and started crying, saying he wished this had happened sooner and repeatedly expressing a desire to die. After his medical treatment, the police worked to identify the man, understand why he was at the Jamie's residence, and learn what led to the tragic event. They quickly identified him as 31 years old Jonathan Wayne Brill. Meanwhile, Nation was in a panic, desperately searching for Jamie. He followed a trail of blood and found her in a neighbor's yard, conscious but in pain, clutching her side. He knelt beside her, holding her hand, and tried to comfort her with promises of recovery, future anniversaries, children, and vacations by the sea. As he spoke, tears flowed down his face. Holding Jamie's hand, Nation was overwhelmed by the thought of life without her, struggling to comprehend how quickly their peaceful life had changed. As Nation and Jamie awaited help, a neighbor hastily brought a towel to press against Jamie's bleeding abdomen. Unfortunately, the towel soon became soaked with blood. Another kind neighbor elevated Jamie's legs onto a bag of leaves, trying to provide she some comfort while the ambulance arrived. For those present there, the wait for medical assistance felt endless, even though it was only a few minutes. Jamie's breathing became labored, indicating her critical condition. When the paramedics, upon arrival, they acted immediately to save her life. Nation had seriously cut his hand while struggling with the knife and urgently needed medical help. He and Jamie were quickly taken to the hospital. On the way, Jamie passed out, and as soon as they arrived, she was rushed into emergency surgery. At the same time, Nation, extremely worried about his wife and ignoring his own pain, received Stitch's wound. Nation was in so much shock that he kept to get into the intensive care unit to get any news on Jamie, but wasn't allowed in. Nation sat on a hospital bed, deeply troubled by Jamie's critical condition. She had over a dozen stab wounds, a severed artery, and severe liver damage. All Nation could do was hope and pray that she would survive. Miraculously, Jamie made it through the surgery, But unfortunately, this small spark of hope didn't last. Unfortunately, Jamie never regained consciousness, and 2 days later, she tragically died from her injuries. The autopsy results for Jamie revealed severe injuries, including 24 stab wounds to her face, neck, back, hands, and forearms. The most lethal injuries, however, were to her abdomen and chest, causing extensive damage to her lungs and liver. In contrast, Jonathan, who had injured himself, spent 8 days in the hospital recovering from his own wounds. On April 30th, 2013, Jonathan was taken on a stretcher to the Wake County Magistrate's office. He still required medical care and had bandages on both wrists. There, he was formally charged with first-degree murder for the death of Jamie and assault with a deadly weapon for the attack on Nation. Given the severity of the charges, Jonathan was denied bail and held at Central Prison in Raleigh. This facility was selected because it has a hospital wing, allowing he to receive necessary medical care while in custody. The sudden and tragic loss of Jamie had a profound impact on many people, leaving a lingering question: what drove someone she considered a close friend to commit such a horrific act, taking away her future? Following the tragedy, rumors circulated within the community about a significant amount of money that went missing during Jamie's team's election campaign. Jonathan Brill, the accountant, had officially stopped working for the company at the end of 2012 but continued to provide Jamie with financial information and help with financial reports. It is suspected that Jamie may have discovered the missing $50,000 and confronted Jonathan about it, potentially triggering his violent outburst on the day of the incident. On April 22, 2013, Jamie invited Jonathan over for their regular Monday dinner, planning to discuss the company's financial problems. Although the details are unclear, but it's believed that Jamie may have questioned Jonathan about the missing money during Nation's absence. Over time, the wounds on Nation's body gradually healed, the emotional and psychological trauma lingered. 6 months after the tragic incident, Jamie's family and her grieving husband, Nation, scattered her ashes near the Pulaski Memorial Baptist Church. This location holds special significance because Jamie has dedicated his time and effort to volunteering there. Ironically, just a week before the tragedy, the Her had asked the church's pastor to pray for Jonathan, who they thought had cancer. Unbeknownst to them, they would soon be the ones in need of their everyone's prayers. In the aftermath tragedy, Nation struggled to accept that someone he had known since childhood, someone he considered his closest friend, had destroyed his life and, even more devastatingly, taken the life of the woman he loved above all else. To Nation, Jamie was his rock, his guiding light, and the love of his life. It was unimaginable to him that the earth could keep turning without her. The trial of Jonathan started on March 4, 2015. During the trial, the district attorney told the jury that Jonathan, who was Jamie's financial manager, had written 39 checks to himself. This meant that he had taken around $50,000, which was the exact amount missing from the account. Jonathan made excuses for his actions, stating he had several health problems. These health issues included brain impairment from multiple sclerosis, memory deficits, a gallbladder operation, and pancreatic cancer. That is the reason why he committed the act of stealing that money. Jamie, being a caring person and good-natured, did not want to confront Jonathan about this sensitive matter while he was going through challenging times. Instead, she tactfully avoided the issue, hoping that he would realize his mistake and fix it on his own. Everything seemed fine until Jamie received a call from a debt collector. The district attorney revealed a shocking fact. It turned out that Jonathan's first hospital visit was after the incident at the Jamie residence the previous year. Before that, Jonathan had never sought medical attention, as shown by his medical records. He had been lying to Jamie and Nation about his health issues, which included a fake gallbladder surgery, multiple sclerosis, and cancer. In reality, he had a serious mental disorder. A disturbing discovery in his search history showed that he had researched pancreatic cancer and specialists in the field, likely to make his false story more believable. Additionally, he had searched for cruises that didn't require a passport. Jonathan had planned a one-way trip to Las Vegas for April 23rd, but he canceled it on the 22nd, just 2 hours before attacking Jamie with a knife. He later confessed to authorities that he had misused campaign funds and made up his medical conditions. When his friends, Jamie and Nation, took him to medical appointments and waited in the car, he would wander the hospital halls instead of attending his appointments. He had recently been struggling with depression and had thoughts of ending his life. He admitted that he was tormented by voices that urged him to harm others. He purchased a knife, allegedly intending to use it to end his life in Vegas. However, he suspected Jamie would confront him about the financial issues, and when she did, he began to harm himself. When Jamie tried to intervene, he became so enraged and unhinged that he started attacking her impulsively. Jonathan remembered attacking Jamie, but had no recollection of chasing Nation. Due to the strong evidence against him, his lawyer and he himself knew they couldn't completely dismiss the charges. Instead, they hoped to reduce the sentence by arguing that he was temporarily insane at the time of the crime. On March 19, 2015, the jury delivered their verdict, finding Jonathan Wayne Brill guilty of murdering Jamie Han and attempting to murder Nation Han. The judge subsequently sentenced he to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In a later interview, he admitted that if he had been truthful with the Hans, Jamie would have likely forgiven him. The family's Han closest friend had become their worst nightmare. The case of Zhu Ling. Tsinghua University, often called the Harvard of China, was hosting a joint event with the Beijing Symphony Orchestra. The occasion was of great significance. The well-dressed audience entered the Grand Theater, men in tailored black suits with shiny cufflinks and women in beautiful long dresses carrying small handbags. They exchanged smiles and chatted amicably as they made their way to their seats. Zhu Ling, a Tsinghua University student preparing to showcase her talent that evening, was under great pressure. She was facing a particularly important challenge. She was about to perform a 6-minute solo, considered to be the 6 minutes that would define her life. The audience, which could include professors, potential employers, and benefactors, all key to her career prospects, added to the tension. Any mistakes were unacceptable. She needed to impress them with her performance. Zhu wanted to immerse herself completely in the rhythm and spirit of the guqin, an ancient Chinese instrument favored by scholars, intellectuals, and literati. Those who mastered it were always considered gentle and sensitive. The instrument symbolized prestige, boasting a long history. The Song Dynasty guqin was recently valued at 22 million yuan, making it one of the most expensive guqin in existence. Many of Zhu's friends stood near the stage, their anxiety almost equal to hers, as they had witnessed everything she had endured in the past 2 months for this moment. She had devoted her entire mind to these 6 minutes and almost sacrificed her health for this performance. Her nerves were so tense that she had barely eaten anything in the 3 days before the recital. The stress made her stomach hurt, she had trouble sleeping, she had trouble staying awake, and her vision started to blur. When Zhu finally stepped onto the stage, she bowed to the audience, sat down, and began to play the guqin. At first, her friends held their breath, but the tension quickly melted away and they were immersed in the music. Zhu appeared calm and confident. She immersed herself in the melody, her hands moving gracefully to create beautiful sounds that filled the entire theater. Some of her friends were in tears. It was as if Zhu had poured out all the stress and anxiety of the past 2 months and turned them into a powerful emotion through her performance. When the 6 minutes were up, the audience exploded with applause. Zhu bowed deeply, smiled, and left the stage. She had no idea that her best friend was in the audience, clapping enthusiastically and smiling brightly, even though her hands were red from the effort. There was also a hint of worry in her expression. That night, Zhu decided to skip the celebration and go home to rest. The stress of her training had left her feeling completely exhausted. When she got to her room, she started to take a shower, and as she washed her hair, she looked down at her hands. She noticed a clump of hair, and as she ran her fingers through it, she touched her scalp. She suddenly panicked, quickly pulled back the shower curtain and ran to the mirror. Her reflection showed a tired face with small, uneven bald patches. This was just the beginning. In the following weeks, Zhu's health would decline severely, leaving her unable to move, speak, or even control her facial muscles. She would go from being a promising student at Tsinghua University to someone with the cognitive abilities of a 6-year-old. This whole situation is not a disease, nor is it a genetic defect. Zhu has gone through something, and it is the actions of others. The chances of ordinary students being accepted into Harvard are higher than those of Tsinghua University, especially for native Chinese. The local acceptance rate is only 0.4%, making the school more accessible to international students. The university operates on an annual budget of $5 billion. It is an institution where the daughters of influential politicians and the sons of wealthy businessmen are educated. Each of them is extremely intelligent and highly educated, possessing high intellectual abilities. The real challenge is not just getting into the university, it is also overcoming the fierce competition among students. Some alumni have shared that in order to stay ahead, many have resorted to manipulative tactics, such as betraying friends and using deception, all fueled by the relentless competitive spirit at this school. In 1994, Zhu Ling was one of 31 chemistry students at Tsinghua University, ranked in the top 3 out of 20 men and 11 women. She was often regarded as the embodiment of excellence, recognized as the best among her peers. Zhu was not only intelligent but also tall and beautiful, making people predict a bright future. Zhu had a charming and confident appearance. When she moved into the dormitory, she made her classmates jealous because she easily made friends and attracted fans with her friendly personality. She actively participated in school activities, regularly attended lectures and completed her assignments, impressing many with her seemingly endless energy. However, after a few months, people began to notice a strange change and a worrying state in her. She seemed less stressed even during graduation week. Suddenly, her vitality seemed to have drained away. She began arriving to class later than her classmates and often appeared tired during lectures. Zhu sat in class, sweating profusely as if she were overheating. She found it difficult to concentrate on her lessons and suffered from severe stomach pain, which many, including her teachers, believed was due to stress. She went to the school infirmary in hopes of relieving the pain, but the medicine only had a mild analgesic effect. At first, she was just a little late to class, but soon she stopped going to school altogether. Worried about her health, her friends decided to check on her at the dormitory, which she shared with 3 other girls. When they arrived, they found her lying on her bed, shivering and groaning in pain, with strands of black hair on her pillow. Her panicked classmates urged her to see a doctor. But Zhu brushed off their worries, saying she was just stressed and promising to return to class the next day, assuring everyone that everything would be fine by the end of the semester. Zhu, who had once been full of life and health, now looked unrecognizable. Her skin had turned pale, and her lips had turned purple. She looked like a ghost wandering the campus, moving slowly as if every step caused her excruciating pain. Most of her hair had fallen out, leaving her nearly bald, and she constantly wore something on her head to cover it. Sometimes her vision blurred, leading to temporary blindness that could last for hours. This drastic change in her health led to various speculations among the students about what could be wrong with her. Some believe she may have cancer, while others suggest she has hair loss, or possibly an autoimmune disorder. However, more ominous speculations have emerged among students, linking Ju's decline to stress stemming from an argument with her close friend, Sunny. Ju's change seems to coincide with their falling out after Ju missed an orchestra rehearsal for a difficult piece. Sunny told the instructor that Ju skipped because she felt she was too good, implying that others needed to practice to reach her level. When Ju learned of her close friend's harsh words about her, she was shocked and saddened. Others in the university had a completely different view. As a chemistry student, some believed that Ju had been involved in secret experiments aimed at making a breakthrough, but would a good student risk harming herself? Beige, a classmate at Tsinghua University and Ju's friend since high school, decided to visit her in the hospital, bringing a fruit basket. However, upon entering her hospital room, Beige was shocked. His first reaction was to run away. Not because he was afraid of being infected, but because he was shocked to see his classmate in such a critical condition. Just a few months ago, Ju had been healthy, but now she lay there, barely clothed, almost hairless, and connected to multiple machines with tubes through her nose. Her mouth was open in a silent voice, her body was shaking involuntarily, her face was partially paralyzed, and her eyes were wide open in despair as if begging for help. The sight was heartbreaking. Even the slightest touch caused her excruciating pain. It seemed that even her hospital gown was causing her more pain. Beige recognized his friend's silent cry for help, understood the message in her eyes, a look he would never forget. He decided to take action and began asking questions, searching for answers with Ju's parents. Beige urged the doctors to make a diagnosis. The doctors were baffled by her condition. As Beige learned more about the onset of Ju's illness, her parents shared that the initial symptoms seemed mild. About a month or two ago, she had experienced stomach cramps that came and went unpredictably. Within a week, the pain worsened to the point where she had to bend over in pain. She often lay on the floor, curled up in a fetal position. At first, she tried to ease the pain by drinking large amounts of Chinese herbal tea, but her condition continued to worsen, eventually causing her to faint. Overwhelmed by her demanding university schedule, Ju put off seeing a doctor, hoping the pain would go away on its own. Her vision began to deteriorate, first blurring and then disappearing completely for hours at a time. Soon after, she began losing her hair, which was especially distressing for a young woman. Her condition worsened and she was hospitalized just days before Christmas, marking her first time in a hospital. Throughout the month, her parents stayed by her side as she was treated by medical staff. Tests for arsenic and mercury poisoning came back normal, but a doctor from another hospital recalled a similar case from the 1960s and suggested thallium poisoning as a possibility. However, Ju insisted that she had never been exposed to thallium during her studies. The hospital contacted Tsinghua University to find out what chemicals Ju might have been exposed to as a chemistry student. Despite their investigation, her medical records showed no signs of exposure to any chemicals that could explain her symptoms, leaving her condition a mystery to the medical team. After a month, Ju's health seemed to have improved and she asked to return to school. She was eager to take exams and did not want to waste the semester. However, her parents were strongly opposed to her returning to university, believing that stress was the cause of her illness. Despite their concerns, Ju feigned health and returned to class in February. Unfortunately, by March, her health had deteriorated significantly and she was hospitalized again, where she was so weak that she could not even speak. Frustrated by the lack of response from the local medical community, Beige decided to take action. He contacted medical professionals around the world, not just in China. He translated Ju's symptoms into multiple languages and posted them on specialized online medical forums. Within half an hour, he received his first response. Over the next few days, he received some 2,000 emails from 18 different countries. Those who responded were not just ordinary internet users. Many were affiliated with national health organizations and specialized in toxicology. All believed that this was a manifestation of thallium poisoning. The symptoms suggested a deliberate and calculated attempt to poison Zhu. Thallium is a dense and highly toxic metal that was previously used in rat poison, but major countries such as China and the United States banned it in the early 20th century. The symptoms of thallium poisoning are so varied that doctors often misdiagnose it, and the discovery of the poison can take some time. Unlike other poisons, thallium does not cause visible signs such as bruises or wounds, making identification difficult. The poisoning occurs in stages, starting with a mild stomach upset, then escalating into severe pain, followed by symptoms such as tremors, headaches, insomnia, and temporary blindness. The victim then experiences severe skin pain, a feeling of severe burning, and even the slightest touch is extremely painful. Clothing and bedding can become a source of unbearable discomfort. In the final stages, neurological symptoms appear, including involuntary movements, seizures, and partial or complete paralysis, eventually leading to cognitive impairment and intellectual decline. In Zhu's case, this resulted in a dramatic decline from a top student at one of the most prestigious universities to the intellectual capacity of a 6-year-old. Beige, along with Zhu's parents, sorted through numerous emails and shared their findings with the medical team treating Zhu. However, doctors remained skeptical of the diagnosis given by online sources. They stressed that specific tests are needed to detect thallium in the body, as this can only be done by sending the patient's blood to a specialized laboratory. They also mentioned that thallium is a rare and highly regulated substance, making it difficult to obtain. Furthermore, doctors explained that if Zhu had indeed been poisoned by thallium, the antidote would likely not work at this advanced stage of the disease. This news shocked Zhu's family and friends. The main question is, who wanted to harm Zhu? One theory is that her parents may have been the intended targets, given their important jobs. Her father is a senior engineer at a national agency, possibly involved in handling sensitive information, while her mother works as an engineer at a well-known Chinese company. However, this line of investigation has hit a dead end, with the main focus shifting to how the poison entered Zhu's body, especially since no one else on campus has shown similar symptoms, suggesting that Zhu ingested or had direct contact with the substance. While Zhu was hospitalized, her personal belongings were mysteriously stolen from her dormitory. The missing items included shampoo, contact lens case, lipstick, body soap, and even her water cup. Strangely, the thief seemed to have targeted only Zhu's belongings, making this an unusual and unprecedented event in the dormitory of such a prestigious university. Since there were no surveillance cameras on campus at the time, an investigation was necessary. Because students were housed in separate rooms for men and women. The female dormitory is only for current female students of Tsinghua University. Alumni, graduate students, and professors are not allowed in the dormitory. The police began an extensive investigation into more than 24 suppliers known to have supplied thallium. Thallium is still used in the production of optical lenses, electronics, and other products. Upon closer examination of the procurement records, they learned that a supplier had supplied alumni to the chemistry department of Tsinghua University for research purposes. The investigation revealed that only a select group within the university had access to the complex: 2 professors, 3 graduate students, and 2 senior students. Therefore, the perpetrators were able to obtain thallium through experiments and take personal items from Zhu Ling's room to commit the crime. As the investigation continued, the professors and 3 graduate students were quickly eliminated as suspects because they were not allowed into the female dormitory. This left 2 senior students, 1 male and 1 female, as the main focus. Since the male students were not allowed into the female dormitory, suspicion shifted to the female student. Surprisingly, this student was none other than Sunny, Zhu's best friend and roommate. This made her the prime suspect in Zhu's attempted murder. Mutual acquaintances of the two young women shared that Zhu had recently won a student election against Sunny. Sunny was known to not accept defeat easily. She was quarrelsome by nature and had cheated on her best friends several times. As Zhu gained recognition and success, Sunny became increasingly frustrated. Zhu's impressive solo performance at the Beijing Symphony Hall only added to the tension between them. Zhu was not only talented and admired by her peers, but also respected by her faculty, which may have made Sunny even more jealous. Sunny was interrogated for 8 hours before her parents sent her home. Her family was influential at Tsinghua University, with her father a key figure in the Democratic Revolutionary Committee and her grandfather a former vice president. Many of her relatives held important positions in the government or at top universities. As a result, Zhu Ling's case remained unsolved. Sunny maintained her innocence, claiming that the police had cleared her of all suspicion. She later changed her name and date of birth, married an American, and moved to the United States, where she lived freely. Zhu's diagnosis came too late. Thallium was confirmed to be the cause of her mysterious illness. By the time it was discovered, her thallium levels were extremely high. The antidote, Prussian blue, could not help because the poisoning had progressed too far. Zhu was declared permanently disabled, suffering from irreversible nerve damage. She now has the mental capacity of a child, is paralyzed in the face, and uses a wheelchair to get around. Zhu's family later received $14,000 from the hospital for the misdiagnosis and mishandling of her case. The police quietly closed the case without informing her family, adding to their grief and suspicion. Zhu Ling lived to be 50 years old before passing away. Her parents were grateful that she lived so long despite her condition, but the person responsible for her suffering was never punished. The case of Veronica Panarello. Veronica Panarello was a young woman living in Italy who faced many challenges. When she was 16, she met a guy named David in a bar and immediately felt a strong attraction to him. David was 4 years older than her. Despite their age difference, they quickly connected, and on their first evening together, Veronica shared her life story with him openly. They started dating even though Veronica was still in school. After just 3 months, she asked David if they could start a family together because she was sure she wanted to have a child with him. David agreed, and they moved in together. Soon, Veronica discovered she was pregnant. In 2006, their son Loris was born, with Veronica being just 17 years old and David 21 at the time. Veronica faced a difficult situation with her family, constantly having conflicts with her parents. As a result, she decided to leave home. Her illegitimate birth made her relatives criticize her even more. She tried to build a happy family, and everything went well for her. She tried her best to provide everything her child needed. Later, she and David officially got married, and she became pregnant again, giving birth to a baby boy named Diego. Veronica was still somewhat dependent on her parents. Her husband worked, but his income wasn't enough to support their family of 4. Both families helped the young couple in every way they could, especially financially. Veronica chose not to work, focusing entirely on raising the children and managing the household. Her husband thought she was a good wife, frugal, tidy, and a loving mother. The children grew up with a warm relationship with their mother, spending all their free time with her. At times, their bond seemed more like a friendship between peers, likely because Veronica became a mother at a young age. During this time, she was still in a rebellious phase, which led to frequent conflicts with her parents. Her parents believed that she could not be a responsible mother if she treated everything like a game. But any attempt to talk to Veronica ended in her becoming hysterical. The young family lived in a small rural community called Santa Croce Camarina in Sicily, southern Italy, with a population of only 10,000. Although the town was cozy, early motherhood was unusual there. No one expected that early motherhood would lead to the tragic event we will discuss today. On November 13, 2014, Veronica Panarello went to the police station to report that her 8-year-old son, Loris, was missing. She explained that she had taken him to school that morning, as usual, dropping him off with the other children. Afterward, she took her younger child to kindergarten and planned to return to the school by 12:30 to pick up Loris. However, he wasn't there when she arrived. Worried, Veronica immediately went to the police to report his disappearance. The police went to the school right away, but none of the teachers or staff had seen the missing boy that day. The students also confirmed that they hadn't seen him either near the school or in class. They thought he might have been skipping classes. Some suggested he might have been kidnapped, but no one believed he would have willingly gotten into a stranger's car because he was too smart for that. This raised the question of how he could have ended up on the street if his mother had walked him to school and saw him go in. At this time, her husband David was working as a driver and was in Rome on a trip. He was 29 years old. The Carabinieri immediately contacted the David. He was surprised by the police report because Veronica hadn't informed him of the situation. After learning about it, he called his wife right away. Veronica confirmed that she couldn't find Loris. David then took a flight from Rome to get to the city quickly. Upon arriving, he first saw a social media post with a photo of his wife and child. The post announced that his son had been found dead. Loris's body was discovered just 4 hours after Veronica reported him missing. According to police reports, the boy was found near an old factory, just a few minutes' drive from the family's home. An elderly man who often hunted in the woods noticed something suspicious on the ground there. As he got closer, the man realized it was the body of a child. He immediately contacted the police to report the discovery. At the scene, the child's body was found in an unusual position in the ditch. The child's pants were slightly down and he was not wearing underwear. The police immediately suspected a sexual motive in the case. They believed that the perpetrator was a child predator. Unlike ordinary criminals, this criminal not only sexually abused his victims but also killed them, making him extremely dangerous. When the local people learned about the tragedy, they were terrified and worried that any child could become a target for a predator. News of the murder in this small village quickly spread throughout the country and became one of the biggest news stories in Italy in 2014. The people demanded that the police arrest the criminal and bring him to justice. Police worked tirelessly to find the perpetrator and reassure the public. They immediately noticed several oddities in the case. The crime did not follow the typical pattern of rapists or serial criminals. The most unusual detail was that the child had lost her underwear, but the perpetrator had put her pants back on. Normally, criminals strip, and they rarely put their victims back on. In addition, similar incidents had never happened in this area before. The police turned their attention to the family. The dead child's parents, Veronica and David, were kind people who were known to be a loving young family. In such cases, the family can provide vital information, so the police spoke to the boy's parents. They learned that David, a driver, spent very little time at home. The children spent almost all of their free time with their mother, leaving Veronica often alone to manage household chores and care for the children. Veronica often complained about her difficulties, and amidst her loneliness, rumors circulated in the town that she had lovers. However, when investigated, these rumors could not be confirmed. Veronica cried constantly and refused to eat, which eventually led to exhaustion. She was taken to the hospital and given special 4 drips with a nutrient solution to prevent her from deteriorating further. During this time, the police observed that she appeared unwell. Veronica was emotionally shattered, which was evident in her physical appearance, She had large dark circles under her eyes and an unhealthy pallor. During this time, Loris's younger brother, Diego, still lived with the family. However, the parents later took him to live with his grandparents because the mother was experiencing mental instability. She neglected both herself and the child's needs. The husband supported his wife throughout this period and had to quit his job. Despite the Veronica family's struggles with their child's loss, investigators decided to take both parents to the location where Loris's body was found. The police recorded the visit, hoping it would provide useful information. The list of suspects included Fidona, the elderly hunter who found Loris' body. Police suspected him because he discovered the victim just 4 hours after the boy was reported missing. While it could be a coincidence, they needed to understand how he found the dead man so quickly. Police conducted a large-scale investigation but found no link between Fidona and the crime. He passed a lie detector test and had a verified alibi. No fingerprints from the suspect were found on the boy's body. Meanwhile, the police exhausted all leads and assumptions, and no evidence identifying the criminal. Police decided to call in reinforcements from the Carabinieri in Rome to advance the investigation. After reviewing all the documents, the team considered the possibility that the mother was involved in her son's disappearance. Loris' grandparents mentioned that the boy had talked about an experiment at school the day before he went missing. According to Loris, his mother had purchased plastic cable ties for a class. This seemed suspicious because such items were considered dangerous and were banned at school. And teachers confirmed that no experiments requiring cable ties were planned, leading the police to initially dismiss the boy's story as fantasy. But with the forensic report in hand, the police reconsidered the meaning of the ties. Experts who conducted the autopsy determined that Loris's time of death was between 9 and 10 a.m. on the day he disappeared. He had been strangled with a thin object, possibly a cable tie, around his neck. With this information, police saw a potential link between the boy's story and the manner of his death. Experts believe the murder occurred near where the body was found, as injuries from a fall happened shortly after death, or perhaps he was thrown and died from those injuries a little later. Police suspected Loris may have had a personal reason for wanting the cable ties, so they came up with a theory that he made up a story about needing them for school. It's possible Loris was carrying the ties in his backpack on his way to class. However, what remained unclear was how the killer became aware of the cable ties or what was inside Loris's backpack. To find more answers, police thoroughly searched local landfills where trash was processed but were unable to find Loris's blue backpack. In addition to discovering the method of strangulation, forensic examination revealed that Loris's pants had been pulled down, but no signs of sexual violence or traces of the perpetrator's DNA were found. This finding casts doubt on previous theories that the crime was the work of a sex offender. The complexity of the case increased, making it difficult to construct a coherent narrative. To gain clarity, police retraced the route Veronica and Loris took on the day of the crime. Despite the town's small size, the main street had many surveillance cameras. Police reviewed hours of footage, trying to identify a third person or a suspicious vehicle. Unfortunately, nothing unusual was found. One notable oddity was the absence of footage capturing Loris entering his school. Although Veronica claimed she saw him to the entrance, the surveillance footage proved she was lying. They never reached the school that morning. Further review of the recordings revealed only Diego leaving the car near the kindergarten. Police continued to examine footage from the area for more clues. They observed a strange moment when Veronica changed her usual route, turning toward a church near where Loris's body was later found. This unusual change needs further investigation as it is different from the path she has been consistently on for many years. Experienced officers decided to verify her statements. To do this, they asked Veronica to accompany them along the route she claimed she took on the day of her son's death, so she could show them everything in person. They were already familiar with the route, having reconstructed it entirely using surveillance footage. Veronica agreed, and they started to retrace the events. As the police car approached a critical intersection where Veronica had reportedly changed her route, she misled the officers by saying she had taken her usual path. This raised suspicions, making her the primary suspect due to her dishonesty. As a result, the police decided to search the Veronica family home and brought Veronica to the station for questioning. Realizing the police suspected her of being involved in her son's death, Veronica was outraged. She firmly stated she would never harm her son, but the police were not convinced. The questioning lasted several hours, but Veronica consistently maintained her innocence. During the interrogation, she admitted to dropping her eldest son a few hundred meters from school because she was in a rush, leaving him to walk the rest of the way alone. She suggested that someone might have attacked him on his way. When her son was killed, Veronica denied being there and claimed she was unfamiliar with the area, which was untrue. Her sister confirmed that they had often been there during their childhood and knew every inch of it well. Records also confirmed Veronica's presence there. Police reviewed hours of video footage to confirm their suspicions and gather more leads. The investigation then involved David. Initially, he did not believe his wife could be involved in their son's murder. However, David identified his wife and 2 children on camera footage leaving their house in the morning. Instead of taking her eldest son to school, Veronica brought him back home. A silhouette resembling Loris was seen on the footage but then disappeared. Afterward, Veronica drove her youngest to kindergarten and returned home. Unlike her usual routine, she didn't park in front of the house but reversed into the garage around 9 a.m. Police concluded that the boy was killed during this time frame since he was absent from school and at home when Veronica entered the garage, she acting suspiciously out of sight of the cameras. Veronica consistently denied any involvement despite the evidence against her. She claimed that she had dropped her older child at school and then took her younger child to kindergarten. After that, she went home to manage her errands. She suggested that her son could have been kidnapped right in front of the school, but the police rejected this idea. Video footage showed that at 9:23, Veronica left her house again and, within 2 minutes, was on the way to the old mill, where her son's body was later discovered. She returned home at 9:38, definitely alone. Given the rapidity with which these events unfolded, Loris must have been dead before Veronica dropped the boy in the ditch. By 9:41 a.m., she had arrived at her regular cooking class, which began at 10 a.m. No one had noticed anything unusual about her behavior. Police confirmed her route using GPS data from her phone and car. However, police did not have enough evidence to formally charge her, so they continued to gather information while she was in custody. A female police officer near the school later reported seeing Veronica dropping her child off in front of the school on the day of the incident. Even so, police were cautious and did not fully accept her colleague's account because it contradicted the camera footage. Veronica traveled this route daily and repeated the same actions, leading the policewoman officer to potentially mix up the dates. During this time, Veronica is in prison, still maintaining her innocence. However, suspicions begin to arise when the police inform her husband of Veronica's lies regarding the route she mentioned. Her husband, David, also supports the investigation, as Veronica's behavior seems suspicious. The police see this as a good opportunity to gather evidence. They believe that the Veronica may confide in her husband, so they decide to send him to see her, hoping that he can get a confession or at least uncover new information. Veronica is the only one who remembers that important morning in full. David, her husband, acknowledged that this was a sound strategy, but he expressed a reluctance to seek her conviction. He wanted to talk to his wife personally in prison without any surveillance. On January 6, 2015, a month after their child's murder, David visited Veronica. According to the country's laws, he was not permitted to be in the prison, but the police made an exception to solve the crime. At the meeting, Veronica didn't even greet him initially, suspecting he had a microphone for wiretapping. Her husband denied it and demonstrated its absence. He truly did not possess any recording devices, because the meeting was in the cell. Veronica continued to assert that she was not involved, adhering to her story that she took her son to school and wasn't aware of what happened to him afterward. The police could not prove Veronica's involvement in the murders, and her motive remained unclear. Everyone described her as a kind woman who genuinely loved her sons, if Veronica was actually a caring mother. The only reasonable theory the police could come up with was that the crimes may have been the result of depression or emotional instability. Veronica was suffering from severe depression, which was exacerbated by her imprisonment. The investigation stalled, forcing the police to come up with a new plan. They decided to have Veronica visit her son's grave to say goodbye. She was driven away in a car with flashing lights, giving the impression that a dangerous criminal was being escorted through the city. Despite placing a bug at the grave, the police were still hoping to hear an apology or confession. However, Veronica prayed at the grave, asking the real culprit to be punished. This revelation caught the carabinieri by surprise. Afterward, as she was being escorted back to the prison cell, Veronica claimed to have experienced an epiphany at her son's grave. She admitted that she had started recalling the events of that fateful day, which had previously escaped her memory. She expressed a desire to discuss these memories with police, but wished to see David, her husband, first. On November 6, 2015, her David visited Veronica again. For the first time, Veronica admitted to recalling that she had not taken her child to school on the day he disappeared. She explained that she had difficulty expressing her experience because her mental state was stable at the time. From her fragmented memories, she reconstructed that she had dropped her youngest child off at kindergarten and returned home, while Loris was at home because he did not want to go to school that day. However, when she returned and could not find the boy, her confused state led her to believe that she had dropped him off at school. It was only when she went to pick him up and he was not there that she realized her mistake. Unsurprisingly, the police were skeptical of this new testimony, but were certain that they were close to discovering the truth. They viewed her claims of amnesia as an attempt to mitigate her guilt. Sadly, the youngest child was too young to provide any information about whether he saw his brother that day. The police believe Veronica was involved in the murder, so they decide to cooperate with her. They ask her to return home to help her recall new memories. They lead her through the rooms as they appeared on the day the boy died. When Veronica herself enters Loris's room, she begins to act dramatically. She speaks in her son's voice and reenacts the conversation she had with him that morning. The police find her emotionless, believing her to be a pathological liar and manipulator who has been lying to everyone for over a year. Dozens of professionals have worked with her during this time, but none have been able to uncover her secret. Her attorney believes she has mental health issues, which could explain her behavior. Veronica finally told a new story, which many still believe. Although police employees are unsure if the events transpired exactly as she described, according to her confession, Veronica returned home from the kindergarten and started washing baby bottles. Her eldest son didn't want to attend school, so she allowed him to stay home. Loris was in his room while she did housework. She heard nothing suspicious, but upon entering his room later, she found the body of her eldest son with cable ties around his neck. He appeared to have been playing with them, tightening them around his neck like a necklace. Her son seemingly froze with fright, believing pulling on the tie ends would release them, but instead, it only tightened. Veronica realized she couldn't remove them by hand, so she rushed to the kitchen to get scissors. When she returned and cut the ropes, the boy showed no signs of life. He was unconscious and had stopped breathing. Veronica reported that she had a panic attack and struggled to call the emergency services. Her hands trembled so much that she couldn't press the buttons, and the numbers looked blurry. In her panic, she was afraid she would be blamed for the incident. In panic, she decided to dispose of her son's body. Police aimed to clarify details and possibly trigger new memories. So they took Veronica and David back to where Loris was found. There, Veronica admitted to placing the child in the ravine but denied harming him and couldn't explain why the boy wasn't wearing underwear. This inconsistency didn't fit her story and raised further doubts. Why would an intelligent 8-year-old put ties around his neck, tighten them, and not call for help? Veronica later recalled the ravine's depth and speculated that the pants slipped off as the body rolled to the bottom. During the trial, the prosecution tried to disprove her confession, highlighting her unusual actions. Veronica parked the car in the garage in a way that facilitated secretly loading a body, despite claiming she was unaware of her son's death at that time. The prosecution suggested it was premeditated murder. The defense argued that the mother did not kill the child, suggesting it was an accidental death due to negligence. Veronica, overwhelmed by the situation, panicked and disposed of the body. Her inability to answer critical questions confused the prosecution, especially regarding why she removed the boy's underwear but left his pants on. Veronica claimed she couldn't remember this detail. The prosecutor accused her of staging a rape scene to mislead the investigation. Initially, this tactic worked as intended, and the police searched for a rapist. However, during the trial, an unexpected development occurred. Veronica confessed that her father-in-law, Andre Stivel, had an affair with her. She had been having an affair with her father-in-law. On the day of the incident, Loris saw them together and threatened to tell David. In a fit of rage, the child's grandfather attacked and strangled the boy. Despite this strange turn of events, law enforcement had to investigate Veronica's complaint. After reviewing the surveillance camera footage, it was discovered that no man had entered the house that morning. However, while watching the footage of Veronica leaving the house around 9:30, a dark figure appeared in the back seat of her car. The police had to bring in experts to analyze the recordings, who determined that it was a glare in the car window, not the shadow of a person. David's father Andre denied having an affair with his son's wife and any involvement in Loris's murder, calling it a crazy woman's lie. Andre had a confirmed alibi, and there was no evidence of any correspondence or phone calls between him and Veronica. Her claims were dismissed. No one believed these accusations. Veronica's behavior suggested that she was mentally ill. All the police noted her unusual behavior. Some officers remembered that during an interrogation, she suddenly began singing. Her calm, loud voice often turned into incoherent mumbling with a blank expression on her face. Veronica sometimes seemed to be delusional, even pretending to smoke an imaginary cigarette. Veronica's mother said that she had had previous mental health problems and was sexually abused by boys when she was 14. After an argument with a classmate, she drank bleach. Veronica was treated at a psychotherapy clinic. She once called her mother, claiming that a nurse had raped her, but the allegations were unproven and no one believed her. A psychiatric examination showed that Veronica acted in cold blood, revealing her calculation, her insanity. The trial spanned 4 years due to frequent delays and further investigations. Ultimately, Veronica Panarello was found guilty of premeditated murder and concealing the body. The judge sentenced her to 30 years in prison. After the sentencing, another dramatic episode unfolded in the courtroom. Andre, the child's grandfather, whom Veronica had previously accused of being a criminal, was present. Dissatisfied with the verdict, Veronica stood up and began to repeat her baseless accusations against him. As a result, she was removed from the courtroom and sent to prison in Doporny, leaving the tragic details surrounding the death of the 8-year-old boy shrouded in mystery. Most police on this case believe it was a planned, brutal murder rather than an accident. On that day, the son likely didn't want to go to school, which had happened before. During an argument, the mother, in a fit of anger, strangled him with zip ties and removed his underwear to confuse the investigation. Since the zip ties were purchased beforehand, it suggested a premeditated act. After the trial, David, the boy's father, said his life was ruined as he lost his son, wife, and job simultaneously. He remains uncertain if Veronica was the one who killed their son, as he couldn't understand the motive. David had never seen his wife act violently towards children. She was always a caring mother. Now, he tries to live for his youngest son, with help from his parents in raising him. The case of Poppy van der Merwe. Louisa van der Merwe was born in challenging circumstances in Westenari, South Africa. She has a close relationship with her father, and despite his busy work schedule, he always made time for her. However, in 1984, when she was 10, her father passed away. Then, her fate is always to meet cruel people. Shortly after her father's death, her mother remarried. Unfortunately, her stepfather was abusive, both emotionally and physically, to the entire family. Years of mistreatment left Louisa feeling worthless. By the time Louisa reached adulthood, she could no longer stand the abuse from her stepfather and sought any opportunity to escape her family. She hastily married the first person she met, a friend named Freddie, who was 4 years older. To her dismay, Freddie turned out to be just as bad as her stepfather. In a terrifying and fear-filled environment, Louisa was lucky to have her mother's support. With this help, Louisa ended her relationship with Freddie. Later, she met a mechanic named Christo van der Merwe, who was calm, hardworking, and caring. These qualities made Louisa believe that he was an ideal life partner. They began dating and soon got married. The couple chose to stay in the same region of South Africa. Initially, the couple Louisa and Christo was happy, and they had a son named Johan. 2 years later, on August 9, 2013, their daughter Poppy was born. Poppy was a remarkably beautiful child with blonde hair and big blue eyes, often admired and fondly referred to as a doll by everyone who knew her. Unfortunately, the marriage of Louisa and Christo began to deteriorate after the children were born. Christo changed drastically, becoming cruel and eventually abusive. Realizing the situation would not improve, Louisa decided to end the marriage and filed for divorce. In 2014, a year after Poppy's birth, Louisa revealed that Christo had insulted and beaten her, similar to her previous partner. And just before the divorce, he even threatened her life. His behavior became so erratic that she had to get a restraining order against him. After the divorce, he was granted the right to visit the children 3 times a month, but only under the supervision of a social worker. Additionally, he was allowed 1 phone call per week to speak with them. Louisa claimed he was a true monster. Eventually, she of 2 decided to relocate, ending up 500 kilometers away in a small settlement. Originally, it was a tiny settlement with a population of just over 100 people, all of whom were white. It became one of the region's safest places, inhabited by descendants of Dutch, German, and French settlers. Louisa believed she could finally provide a peaceful life for herself and her children. The small family of Louisa received a warm welcome from the community. Local residents and members of the Dutch Reformed Church greeted them and offered assistance. With their support, Louisa secured housing and a job at a local supermarket. Additionally, community members helped her finalize her divorce. Louisa also intended to gain custody of Marissa, Christo's daughter from a previous marriage, who was living with her tyrannical father, Christo. Marissa, 14 years old, wanted to stay with her stepmother, Louisa. In order to be able to live with Louisa, she must take on most of the housework and help take care of the younger siblings. She helped look after the younger siblings and handled some daily household tasks to assist Louisa. Marissa was responsible for cooking and cleaning. She integrated so well into the family that the children sometimes called her mom. Marissa's calm nature allowed her to manage the small children better than their mother, Louisa. Louisa was dealing with a heavy workload from her new job, which consumed all her time and energy. In 2015, a man named Cobus Kokmore moved to Irani. The community helped him find a job at a local supermarket, where he met Louisa, a mother of two who had been living there for about a year. Like Louisa, Cobus also had broken marriages. He was divorced twice and had 2 children from those relationships. He paid monthly alimony for his first child but rarely communicated with his children and showed little interest in them. His relationships with his ex-wife were strained, and they described him as a cruel and unfeeling person. When they first met, Louisa was unaware of Cobus's past. He appeared nice and kind to her, as had happened before. She allowed him into her life, and they quickly developed a romantic relationship. Several months after they started dating, Louisa got engaged to Cobus. The couple moved in together, and on November 14, 2015, they got married. The day after their marriage, Cobus unexpectedly sent Marissa away to her father's, Cristo, house by bus, removing her from the family. Marissa, who was both a beloved nanny and stepsister, could no longer care for the younger siblings. This sudden change really caused a big shock for the younger siblings. In place, Cobus, a new man, appeared, but he was not attentive to the children. These drastic changes made the kids very irritable, and they struggled with being separated from their sister Marissa. To the children's great disappointment, Cobus was nothing like they had hoped. Marissa had made them feel loved and important by spending a lot of time with them and becoming a close family member. In contrast, their stepfather, Cobus, was often irritable and would snap at them whenever they cried. During this time, both children Johan and Poppy went to kindergarten because their parents both went to work and could no longer look after them at home. The teacher frequently noticed the boy Johan running away and hiding in the bathroom. When his mother Louisa and stepfather Cobus came to pick him up from kindergarten, he didn't want to go home, which was concerning. The kindergarten staff described Cobus as very irritable and cold towards the other children. On several occasions, a kindergarten employee observed that Johan behaved strangely when Louisa and Cobus brought him. As if he were under the influence of drugs, his reactions were sluggish, raising suspicions about the boy. It was suspected that Johan, who was usually very active, might have been given something to calm him down, making it easier for his parents to manage him. However, this was only an assumption and could not be confirmed. When the teacher asked Louisa and Cobus about this, they simply laughed. Although afterward no similar symptoms were noticed in Johan, other new issues emerged. At first, the teachers did not notice any unusual signs. However, they observed that Johan often wore inappropriate clothing for the weather, such as jackets and long-sleeved shirts, which seemed odd when he arrived at kindergarten during hot days. Later, they discovered this was done on purpose to cover bruises on his body. When they attempted to undress Johan, he became aggressive and resisted. The boy mentioned that his parents would be very angry if he removed his warm clothes. It was clear that the parents had intimidated the boy to keep the family abuse hidden from the kindergarten staff. Then, Louisa and Cobus stopped taking Johan to kindergarten, while Poppy continued attending regularly. The kindergarten asked Poppy about what was going on at her house. Despite having trouble communicating, the girl tried to reveal the horrors of domestic violence. Little Poppy repeatedly approached the teachers with various scary stories and tried to show how bruises appeared on her body, but the teachers couldn't understand what she said. Over time, the staff noticed bruises on Poppy's body in unusual places, like her earlobes, and new bruises appeared before the old ones healed. Louisa and Cobus were questioned repeatedly about this, but each time they gave different excuses, blaming the injuries on the children's active behavior. They claimed that Johann and Poppy were very energetic, often running and jumping, which supposedly caused Poppy's injuries during play or due to carelessness. Since the educators couldn't prove domestic violence, they had to accept these explanations. Louisa often said that Johann acted aggressively towards Poppy, which she used to explain why Johann stopped attending kindergarten. Louisa claimed they feared Johann might harm another child. Therefore, Louisa decided not to send Johann to school until he was older and they could control his stubborn behavior. This seemed odd because, until then, teachers had never observed Johann acting dangerously or aggressively around other children. Despite these explanations, some people suspected domestic violence in the family Louisa. A neighbor who lived next to the family Louisa noticed that Louisa and Kobus seemed to treat the kids harshly. He frequently heard arguments and insults being shouted at the children. Although he did not witness any physical abuse firsthand, he was convinced that Louisa and Kobus disciplined the children both verbally and physically. One of the most distressing incidents the neighbor later recounted involved Poppy. According to him, on a typical day, the stepfather Kobus began shouting loudly at Poppy. Likely because she had wet the bed. After a few minutes of cursing, she started screaming, and it was clear this was not just from anger, it seemed she was being beaten. The next day, the neighbor saw the girl with a cast on her leg. The neighbor was also shocked by Louisa and Kobus' indifference when she returned from the hospital with a new cast. They didn't even help her out of the pickup truck. They transported her in the back, treating her like an animal. Poppy struggled to get out and was also carrying a heavy backpack. The neighbor noticed that Poppy was constantly waking up at night and starting to cry. According to him, she was having nightmares, but instead of calming her down, her parents would always yell at her and insult her, forcing her to go to the bathroom. Almost every night there were these crises, and the girl would cry silently for about half an hour so no one would hear her. However, the neighbor could hear the sobs through the thin walls. Eventually, she calmed down and fell asleep again. After this incident with Poppy's leg, as soon as the girl recovered, another frightening act of aggression occurred. The neighbor heard another conflict, followed by a dull thud. The girl started crying loudly and having hysterics again. The next day, the neighbor saw her walking with a large bruise on her head. Additionally, her right hand seemed to be functioning poorly, and Poppy kept pressing it to her chest. The neighbor couldn't stand it any longer and he went to Poppy's house. He asked Kobus what had happened to Poppy, why the girl was constantly crying, and why her serious injuries barely had time to heal. Kobus only grinned and got angry. He didn't provide any answers and just left. Louisa answered instead. She claims that set of injuries happened when Poppy fell down the stairs while playing. Louisa describes the girl as very careless and often getting into such situations. Louisa insists it was just an accident, but the neighbor didn't believe her. The neighbor was outraged when he witnessed an incident that happened in the winter. At that time, Kobus was watering the garden. It was very cold, and Johann and Poppy were sitting on the porch. Suddenly, Kobus started yelling at them, accusing them of mischief. The neighbor found this odd because he didn't see they doing anything wrong, they were just sitting quietly. It seemed like a trivial reason for such an outburst. Afterward, Kobus undressed the children and poured cold water on them, mumbling some kind of apology that the neighbor couldn't understand. Johann and Poppy stood in the cold until they dried off, all the while crying and shaking severely. At the very least, they could have gotten sick. When the neighbor witnessed this mistreatment firsthand, he couldn't tolerate it and went to the Social Security Service. The organization's employees were required to investigate and report to the police. It was clear they needed to file a statement with law enforcement, but no appeals were made. The Social Security Service ignored both the incidents and the neighbor's reports. The neighbor had to contact the organization multiple times to get their attention to this alarming situation. The town was so small that it lacked a proper police station, court, or other critical authorities. The nearest large police station was at least 40 kilometers away, and the neighbor couldn't travel there himself. However, he persisted in reaching out to various organizations in his town to help the children, Johann and Poppy. Thankfully, the cruelty did not go unnoticed by the guardianship service employees, giving the children a chance to end this nightmare. In August 2016, a meet took place with Louisa and Kobus. The mother and stepfather were required to attend weekly checkups with a pediatrician, where both children had to be present. Additionally, the parents were supposed to have special consultations with a psychologist specializing in family issues. The couple initially followed these rules, but it turned out they did so only for appearances. They attended consultations a couple of times and took the children for medical examinations only twice in the first month. It seemed they were trying to improve. However, during this period, the family's neighbor reported the most severe instances of domestic violence. When he brought this information to the social services, they dismissed his concerns. Despite being under supervision, nothing changed, and the neighbor was unable to do anything further. The neighbor's words were confirmed at the next medical examination, when they found bruises on 3-year-old Poppy. They attempted to determine the cause of these bruises. However, due to her young age, Poppy could not clearly explain how she got them. The specialist did not follow standard procedures in this situation. Later, he justified not documenting the bruises by saying that Poppy couldn't explain the incident and assumed they were from an accident. The doctor attributed the bruises to an injury during play, as described by her mother. As a result, no measures were taken. One September morning in 2016, the neighbor woke up and noticed that Poppy's problematic family had moved out. They had secretly moved during the night, as if they were keen to avoid unnecessary witnesses. This raised suspicion, while Kobus didn't stop his work. Even the staff at the kindergarten Poppy attended were not informed about the move. This way, they could shirk their responsibilities and avoid the medical examinations by a doctor, which had almost exposed them. Family Poppy moved to a new home. Louisa and Kobus went to Louisa's mother's farm, which is a few hours' drive from the city. It was rare for Louisa, her mother, and the children to all be together, as Louisa usually didn't let the children interact with their grandmother. Louisa's mother, Gallus Royal, who had lived with an abuser for many years, was shocked when she saw the children's condition, Johann and Poppy. She immediately noticed the numerous bruises covering almost all of Johann and Poppy's bodies. When the grandmother asked Johann how he got these injuries, he said that Kobus had hit him, but Louisa denied any domestic abuse. After this visit, Gallus was worried about what was happening in her daughter's family, Louisa. So, she decided to speak with the pastor. To her great disappointment, instead of getting help or at least supportive words, the minister got angry. According to the pastor, the grandmother Gallus shouldn't have meddled in her daughter's affairs since she was already married. After that, Gallus didn't seek further services or try to help her grandchildren. On October 25, 2016, a month after the family Louisa had refused medical examinations at the hospital, Louisa rushed to carry Poppy to the local hospital. She reported that her daughter had suddenly fallen ill and needed help. The doctors attempted to resuscitate Poppy with artificial respiration but quickly realized she had been dead for some time, making their efforts futile. The doctors immediately noticed Louisa's suspicious behavior, as she seemed completely indifferent to her child's fate. She also expressed a desire to avoid any problems with the police. More concerning were the injuries on Poppy. Her body was almost entirely covered in bruises. When asked about the source of these bruises, Louisa explains that when Kobus rushed Poppy to the hospital, and due to the road damage, so Poppy was severely jolted in the back of the car, resulting in the bruises. The lie was quickly disproven. The girl's body had bruises in various stages of, indicating frequent beatings. Her bruises didn't have time to heal before new ones appeared, ruling out the possibility of them being caused by an accident. The doctor also noticed that the family had brought their second child. 5-year-old Johann was huddled in a corner, avoiding his parents and eye contact with adults. He was clenching his teeth and muttering under his breath. When asked about what happened, Johann said that Poppy didn't want to eat anymore. Johann also had bruises on his body, which made the situation appear very suspicious. So the doctor decided to inform the police. Louisa and Kobus tried to discourage him, but the doctor paid no attention to them. When the first police officer arrived at the medical center, the doctor showed him a photo of Poppy's body. The officer, who had a 1-year-old child himself, was shocked by the severity of the girl's injuries and was moved to tears. In his extensive career, he had never seen a girl so severely injured. The stepfather Kobus was immediately taken into custody, but Louisa was not detained, as it was believed that she and the children had also been victims of domestic violence for years. The circumstances surrounding the death of Poppy remain unresolved. The case was partially reconstructed through witness testimonies, including statements from a neighbor and Louisa. However, there are many controversial points and contradictions in these materials. While interrogations took place at the station, Louisa, the woman involved, stated that shortly before Poppy's death, she had hit their head on a closet. This incident occurred the day before October 24th. The next day, when Poppy woke up, her behavior was unusual. She appeared to be half asleep, inactive, spoke very little, and barely moved. After lunch, Kobus got back from work. He was in a bad mood as usual, but that day he was told not to bully Poppy because she was not well. However, he didn't listen. Instead of saying hello, he kicked she. According to Louisa's, he did this almost every day. She didn't wait for the attack to end and simply went shopping, recounting all this quite calmly. When Louisa got back, Kobus told her that Poppy felt sick and passed out. Louisa found Poppy in an empty bathtub. She immediately noticed that the body was very cold and the lips were blue. They tried to give Poppy mouth-to-mouth resuscitation without success. Then they decided to take her to the hospital and put her in the back of a van. Instead of gently picking Poppy, Louisa and Kobus tossed her into the empty back seat, where she was jostled around like a doll on the bumpy road. Investigators and a forensic expert determined that Poppy had been beaten for an extended period, possibly even thrown against walls and furniture. The autopsy report revealed a big amount of blood in the lower left part of Poppy's skull, indicating a severe head injury that could have been fatal. Abrasions covered her body, especially on the face, chest, and thighs, where it appeared she had been kicked. Numerous injuries, including those inflicted by Zadorova, suggested that the child had been the victim of a deliberate and prolonged attack. As the story reached the local community, attacks on Kobus began. While he was in prison, he was beaten many times and repeatedly threatened with death. Meanwhile, Louisa seemed to escape police attention, despite her involvement. Gradually, the city's residents learned that Louisa might have been involved in Poppy's death along with Kobus, and they decided to take revenge on her. On the eve of the funeral on November 4, 2016, Louisa was visited by 2 women in police uniforms. They convinced her to go with them to give a statement at the station. But instead, they took her out of town and beat her severely. It turned out these women were not police officers, but local residents who decided to take justice into their own hands. Louisa attended the funeral to bid farewell to her daughter, Poppy. Poppy's biological father was seen crying at the funeral. He sat in the front row with friends and family. He blamed everything on Louisa, whom he accused of being a bad mother. Throughout the service, Louisa appeared indifferent, showing no remorse for her daughter's death. Louisa was arrested on December 15, 2016, facing the same charges as her husband, Cobus. Although the case moved quickly, the trial was delayed for a year, and hearings didn't start until October 2017. Several factors contributed to this delay. First, no lawyer was willing to represent Louisa and Cobus. Additionally, Louisa faced constant attacks in prison and attempted to end her life twice. Both times, she was resuscitated and needed a long hospital recovery. Ultimately, the delay benefited the prosecution, giving them more time to gather proof. Johann, Poppy's younger brother, stated that Cobus beat him and Poppy daily, while Louisa just stood there watching and even covering for Cobus, instead of helping them. According to Johann, the beatings were so severe that the sounds of the blows were sometimes louder than their cries of pain. His testimony was crucial in accusing their mother. Louisa, their mother, tried to defend herself until the end. When she took Poppy to the hospital, she claimed she attempted to revive her by splashing water on her face and performing CPR. However, Johann revealed that Poppy was wet because, after the beating, Cobus had dunked her head in the toilet and tried to revive her by flushing. During this, Louisa stood in the doorway and watched without intervening. Both Louisa and Cobus were found guilty of Poppy's murder and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Additionally, they each received an extra 10-year sentence for threatening the life of Johann, who miraculously survived despite enduring daily cruelty. The judge expressed anger during sentencing, outraged not only by Louisa and Cobus' cruelty but also by their complete indifference to the incident. Everyone at the hearing agreed that Louisa and Cobus were unconcerned about Poppy's death and only worried about the punishment they faced. During the trial, it was revealed that a neighbor had repeatedly appealed to social services regarding child abuse in the family Poppy. Unfortunately, these appeals were ignored, and the children were not rescued. Social services employees, who were supposed to contact law enforcement, blamed delays and bureaucratic issues for their failure to respond to the abuse. They were not held accountable for their negligence. The case of Katie Blair. Katie Blair was a dreamer who deeply cherished her children's lives. She sang beautifully and approached everything she did with such passion and energy that she could inspire anyone she met. Her singing voice, in particular, added to her extraordinary charm. Katie led the Christian choir her daughter participated in and was quite well known in the community. After 2 divorces, Katie devoted herself to raising her children and her work. Since 2013, she had lived on a quiet street, an area typically untouched by crime. Katie was adored by children because she strongly supported them in everything they did. Her son, Joe, was in the Navy and came home on leave in December 2014 to visit her. On the evening of December 6, 2014, Joe returned from a walk to a horrifying sight. His mother was unconscious and surrounded by blood. Despite living in a very quiet neighborhood, someone had broken into the house and killed her while Joe was out. Katie, aged 53, was sleeping peacefully in her bed when the killer entered the room. He stabbed her with a knife and began to strangle her, then stabbed her again in the neck. From the amount of blood and the nature of the crime, it was clear that she fought for her life until the end. The first wound was fatal but did not immediately kill her. She resisted until her last breath. There was so much blood at the crime scene that experienced police officers could piece together the sequence of incident. The criminal likely observed the family and knew he had time, so he acted slowly. Jewelry boxes were taken out of the drawers, emptied, and then carefully put back. It was discovered that jewelry was missing from the house. A bloody fingerprint was found on the light switch, probably left by the killer when turning it off. However, it was so smudged that it didn't help in the investigation. Later on, no DNA samples from the criminal were found at the scene, The crime scene had been meticulously examined by forensic experts several times. The criminal had made no mistakes and might have experience in such cases. The police knew nothing about him and couldn't even build a profile of the suspect. But then there was a breakthrough in the case. Katie's neighbors went outside at 1:30 a.m. on the night of the crime to test his new thermal imaging rifle scope in preparation for hunting season. He wanted to ensure the equipment was functioning properly, so he began recording footage on the street, hoping to catch sight of an animal and evaluate the device's efficiency. During this, he recorded the headlights of a car approaching and stopping near Katie's house. He zoomed in and captured a person walking towards the house. The neighbor thought nothing of it and left for Las Vegas the next day, unaware of the crime. It was only a couple of days later that he learned from his family that Katie had been killed that night. When the neighbor checked his scope, he looked at the news and found more detailed information about the crime. The time of the murder coincided with his night outing with the optics, so the neighbor assumed he might have captured something important when he saw a car driving up to the house Katie and a person inside. Upon returning from his trip, he immediately contacted the police. Investigators carefully reviewed the neighbor's recordings. Unfortunately, it was not possible to identify the person in the recording, as the thermal imaging scope does not capture small details like facial features. However, the police were able to determine the type of car the criminal was driving. It was a sedan, though it was difficult to identify the exact model or license plate. Despite this, the recordings provided valuable information that later helped solve the case. The detectives were gradually piecing together the incidents of that terrible evening. However, 9 days later, the investigator had to leave the area because someone contacted them to report another murder, this time a double homicide. The new crime scene was located just a 15-minute walk from the first victim's house. The victims were Beat and Sydney Sheldon, a couple who had been married for 64 years. According to neighbors and acquaintances, they were the kindest people, simply enjoying their life together. At the time of their deaths, the husband was 85 years old, and his wife was 83. Beat and Sydney's nurse made a terrible discovery when she arrived on the morning of December 15, 2014. Although no one answered her knock, it was the broken front door that raised her suspicions. She entered the house and went up to Beat and Sydney's room, where she found Beat lying on the bed, near his wife. When the police arrived, they determined that Beat and Sydney had been beaten and stabbed to death. The killer had left a knife in one of the victims, similar to a previous murder. Boxes containing valuables had been emptied and then returned to the closet, and jewelry was stolen from the house. It seemed the attacker was in no rush, taking pleasure in his actions and feeling cannot be caught. The police noticed the striking similarity of the crime scenes in the murders. However, the victims had nothing in common except being killed by the same perpetrator. Neither the Sheldon couple nor Katie had obvious enemies. Despite having little information about the perpetrator, but the likelihood that he would commit more crimes, panic started to spread among the residents. People were scared to stay home at night and feared that intruders might come to them. The police needed to act urgently to find and arrest the criminal before he commits another crime. The investigators meticulously went through the case materials hoping to find clues they might have overlooked. Surprisingly, they discovered that just before the murder, Tim Parlin had worked in Katie's garden. She had hired him for household chores. Those who knew Tim described him as unsociable, withdrawn, and very rude, leaving a bad impression on everyone he met. People couldn't understand why Katie had hired him. Perhaps she felt sorry for him since he had job and financial problems. The detectives then conducted a detailed investigation into his past and found very suspicious information in their database. Tim Parlin was a criminal who had spent many years in prison for theft and robbery, particularly targeting jewelry. This information came to light 3 weeks after his first crime. Detectives managed to track him to a hotel where he was staying. They met with Tim, but he didn't provide any valuable information and denied involvement in the crime. When the detectives requested to search his apartment, Tim refused, claiming that his wife was asleep and should not be disturbed. At that time, the investigators had no evidence against him, so they continued to gather evidence against him. The detectives were convinced that Tim was primary suspect, but they lacked evidence. A few days later, the police returned to his house to request another search. They found his wife at home, but Tim was absent. His wife was cooperative and spoke with the detectives. The officers learned that she knew the murdered Beat and Sydney because they all attended the same church. She also permitted them to search the apartment. During the search, the police discovered a pawn shop receipt for a pendant. Tim's wife was unaware of any pendant, but this might be a valuable lead. The investigators contacted the pawn shop and retrieved the pendant. Katie's son confirmed it belonged to his mother. The jewelry had been pawned on the night Katie died, making it a crucial piece of evidence in the case. As the police delved deeper, they tried to identify the type of vehicle Tim was using. They discovered that he didn't own a car but used a van instead, presenting an unusual inconsistency in the case. Investigators speculate that Tim may have been in someone else's car or was an accomplice being transported in someone else's car. Detectives investigated everyone associated with Tim and found that his sister owned a green Toyota. The car's profile matched the image from a thermal imaging device. By then, CCTV footage from the pawn shop where Tim had pawned the pendant had been reviewed. The police discovered that he drove a similar car to the pawn shop. They seized the sister's car for examination. During the inspection, they found a dark red stain on the passenger seat, which turned out to be dried blood. DNA testing confirmed it belonged to Katie. The detectives were confident in the guilt of he, who already had a history of burglaries and could soon face charges for 3 murders. The first victim, Katie, was the woman who hired Tim to do housework. And he might have learned about Beat and Sydney from his wife. Although it was a small link, it was enough for the police to arrest Tim for questioning. The investigators knew that questioning seasoned criminals was challenging, but it proved to be even tougher than expected. They need to confirm details about Katie's murder, but he refused to provide any useful information and denied his involvement completely. After several hours, he unexpectedly claimed that the murderer was Sean Gant Benalcazar, but this statement could have been false. The police needed to investigate Sean Gant Benalcazar. They discovered that Sean had a degree in microbiology, worked as a high school science teacher, and had never been in trouble with the law. This information was unexpected for the officers, but they proceeded with their investigation. They found out that Sean met Tim only a few months prior, when Sean's sister began dating Tim's nephew. The detectives then met with Sean to discuss the case. Sean denied any involvement in the case, suspecting that Tim was attempting to frame him. This was no surprise to the police, as Tim's criminal history showed that he was a skilled manipulator. Later, Sean unexpectedly admitted that he was in the car the night Tim entered the first victim's house, Katie. He was sitting in the front passenger seat while Tim allegedly went into his girlfriend's house. However, when Tim returned holding a bloody pillowcase filled with jewelry, Sean understood the situation could turn bad for him. He refused to get involved in Tim's criminal activities but chose not to report it to the police. During the conversation at the station, Sean asked to use the toilet. One of the detectives went out to see the teacher off and walked behind him. Then it dawned on him, from behind, the gait of this doctor exactly resembled the recording from the thermal imaging site. He reported this to his colleagues. After returning to the interrogation room, the police decided to change the direction of the interrogation. They understood that he was not just an innocent witness and believed that they could crack him during the ongoing conversations. Sean admitted that he entered the house through the back door because of Tim's threats to take the jewelry. The man clarified that Tim threatened him into entering the house. He recounted the events of that evening exactly. The information matched what the detectives knew, except for one fact. He said the woman was still alive when he left. The police knew it was true. They no longer believed his lies, so they continued the interrogation to get a full confession. Eventually, the teacher got confused in his testimony. He admitted that he tried to leave with the jewelry, but the woman woke up and saw him. In a rage, Katie attacked him, and in the heat of the fight, the man took out a knife. He had no choice but to fight off the enraged Katie. Sean stabbed the woman several times, after which the doctor of science gave the stolen goods to Tim and received nothing in return, in his own words, actually voicing a confession to a crime for which the death penalty is imposed in the state of Texas. Sean said that was all he had to say about the murder of the Sheldon spouses. According to him, he is not connected with their murder. Everyone was tired during the many hours of interrogation, and Sean was arrested. He was charged with the murder of Katie. Detectives returned to communication with Tim Parlin. He blamed Sean for everything, his murder of Katie and the second murder, and refused to admit his guilt in this. The investigators decided to ask Sean again about the murder of the Sheldons. During the conversation, he gave a confession describing the crime in detail, but at the trial, his lawyer insisted that it was a false confession, allegedly made during those 5 minutes in the restroom when there was no recording of the interrogation. The man was threatened, so Sean was forced to accept this point of view. At the trial, Sean continued to accuse Tim Parlin of the murders, and Tim accused Sean. It was then that the prosecution began to fear that the defendants would get away with it and that dangerous criminals would be free. They could not allow this. The jury deliberated for 19 hours but could not come to a unanimous decision. The trial was declared a mistrial. A second trial began. The prosecutor requested the death penalty for Sean and Tim. Tim also appeared before the trial as an accomplice. Under state law, he was charged with the same crime in the murder of Katie and the Sheldon couple. Again, the main evidence was the recording of the neighbor's optical sight. The first victim, Sean's gate, the receipt from the pawn shop found in Tim's house, as well as Katie's blood in Tim's sister's car. Tim and Sean continued to blame each other and the police for pressure during the interrogation. The nerves of all participants in the process were on edge. Therefore, Parlin turned out to be an easier target for the prosecutor. He admitted that he drove Sean to both murder scenes, and in the car, his sister's blood was found. Katie Blair's involvement in the crime was no longer doubted. Although the lawyer tried to prove the opposite in his opinion, despite the fact that his client admitted to giving Sean a ride and Sean's involvement in both murders, there is no evidence that Tim Parlin himself was inside both houses. The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours. As a result, Sean Gant Benalcazar and Tim Parlin were sentenced to life imprisonment without the right to parole. The case of Clark Rockefeller. Clark Rockefeller lived with his wife and daughter in luxurious apartments at a gentleman's club in Boston for several years. However, their marriage ended in divorce, and during the proceedings, his wife, Sandra, took possession of their Boston home and another house in New Hampshire. She was also awarded custody of their daughter. Clark was allowed only 3 supervised visits per year, each lasting just a few hours. Despite the difficult divorce and loss of much of their fortune, Clark, at 47, was still quite wealthy. He was a member of prestigious clubs on the East Coast and was friends with influential people. He maintained his aristocratic lifestyle because he retained $800,000 of his fortune after the divorce. On July 27, 2008, they planned to go out. The only problem was that the social worker followed them, embarrassing his daughter. They went to his friend's house and stayed there for a while. Finally, Clark Rockefeller's limousine stopped. When he got to the back door, it flew open. Clark pushed the social worker so hard that he almost fell to the ground. Clark then got in and pushed his daughter into the car so fast that she hit her head on the door frame. He pressed the accelerator, but the social worker grabbed the handle and was dragged several meters until he fell to the asphalt. A few minutes later, Clark told the driver to stop because he planned to take a taxi. He claimed that he needed to take his daughter to Massachusetts General Hospital to have a doctor look at a hematoma on her head. He instructed the driver to wait in the nearest parking lot, paying $3,000 for a 2-hour wait, but he never returned. Instead, Clark and his daughter took another taxi to the Boston Sailing Center. There, a friend was waiting to help them travel to New York. By 8 p.m., they boarded a boat on Long Island and disappeared. The social worker quickly reported the girls' kidnapping to the police. Sandra Boss, Clark's ex-wife, was informed about the situation. At this point, the girl's mother realized she had been deceived and that her ex-husband had kidnapped their daughter right in front of the social worker. And Clark was charged with kidnapping. The hematoma on Amber's head turned out to be fake. The police searched national databases for Clark but found no information under his name. They contacted his wife for information but discovered that Clark did not have a driver's license. Sandra did not know his social security number, and he was not mentioned on his wife Sandra's tax returns. Credit cards were listed in her name, and his cell phone number could not be found due to lack of identification. It was as if he did not exist. The day after Clark and the child disappeared, the FBI began investigating the case. An agent contacted the Rockefeller family, to whom Clark claimed to be related. However, the prominent family denied any connection to Clark, a denial that belied the name he had successfully cultivated, known, and made rich among dozens of famous and respected people. FBI agents spent 5 days investigating the case and quickly realized it was one of the most complicated cases they had ever encountered, involving a meticulously planned escape. Clark's daughter Amber, who had been taken to New York, had inadvertently misled the police, giving Clark more time to get ahead of them. Clark confused his friends by telling them different destinations, causing confusion and disorientation. As a result, the intelligence police searched several locations, including Peru, Alaska, and the Bahamas. Despite the agents' best efforts, they were unable to find him. It appears that Clark had not told anyone about his true destination, as any information he provided was intended to mislead the police investigation. The police searched every route he might have taken on the day of his disappearance, but they found no clues to his current location. Police then found a crucial piece of evidence that changed the course of the case. The evening before his disappearance, Clark was at a friend's house enjoying some wine. Fortunately, the wine glass had not been washed the next day. Police arrived in time to collect fingerprints from the glass and send it to a lab for analysis. While they awaited the results, they released photos of Clark to the public, hoping that someone would recognize him. Witnesses gradually came forward, helping to piece together the events leading up to the abduction. Some knew him as Christian, a student from Wisconsin, while others called him Christopher, claiming that he was a descendant of the British royal family that had taken over a wealthy suburb of Los Angeles in the 1980s. During this time in California, a young couple went missing. Christian worked as a television producer and owned at least 3 investment firms on Wall Street. He lived there for a few years, then disappeared again. His last alias was Clark Rockefeller, who claimed to be related to the Rockefellers, had access to exclusive clubs, and had connections to influential people. Police suspected that Clark was involved in the double murder of the young couple. Fingerprint analysis showed that none of the aliases matched the real identity of the criminal. It was actually Christian Karl Gerhard Reiter, a 47-year-old German immigrant who came to the United States as a student in 1978. This is where his criminal activities began, leading to an extraordinary fraud that the Boston District Attorney described as the longest and most astonishing of his career. The case attracted considerable media attention, with many reporters joining the hunt for the Rockefeller imposter. The first traces of Clark were found in Bergen, Germany, where he was born and raised in 1960. He was a failure for nearly 3 decades of his life. His creativity came from his father, an artist, a creative personality and the great inventor. While traveling with his son on the ship, Clark's father met some travelers from the United States. During the conversation, they became very compatible and invited Clark's father to visit the United States. Clark took the invitation seriously, and in 1978, 18-year-old Clark appeared at their doorstep. It appears that Clark used their names to gain entry into the United States, falsely claiming that the couple had invited him to stay with them in California. The hosts were surprised by his appearance, but were still hospitable and invited him to live with them. Clark explained to them that he planned to pursue an education in the United States. In the meantime, he learned English and learned about local customs. Clark idolized a character in the film Thurston Hall 3, a millionaire with eccentric behavior, and imitated him in every way, including the way he spoke. His behavior became almost obsessive, and Clark demanded special treatment, even though he was a guest in the home of those who hosted him. The hosts did not like this, leading to his eviction. However, Clark was not deterred by this unpleasant incident. He sought out the family of writer Edward Savio and convinced them that he came from a wealthy family in West Germany. They allowed him to live with them. Meanwhile, in Vienna, where he studied film, he told his friends that he would soon become a legal citizen. He began a relationship with Amy Dunkey and they married. However, he filed for divorce shortly after obtaining citizenship, as his intention was only to secure his status, not for love. He convinced Amy to marry him with lies. A few weeks later, Clark dropped out of school because he was bored. He soon moved to Los Angeles, the center of the film industry, to pursue a film career. He changed his name to Christopher Chichester and spoke perfect English. He settled in the wealthy suburbs of San Marino, captivating everyone with his charm. He frequented exclusive club parties, where he was treated to food and drinks. Clark presented himself as a member of the British royal family. In this privileged society, he was polite. Everyone believed him, which was surprising because he was not educated. He was particularly fond of discussing royalty and once put out a newspaper article claiming that he belonged to a noble family. However, there were no photos, so it was impossible to prove his deception. Eventually, people began to suspect a hoax and thought that it was all staged. During this time, he met a girl who brought happiness to his life. She agreed to date him. According to her, Clark was a master manipulator and liar, but this was only her opinion. Everyone else admired him. The couple fell in love, but their relationship did not last long. In Hollywood, Clark built a career as a film producer and worked on several successful television shows. He admitted that he had ended his film career at that time. Clark had access to any backstage, knew all the famous directors and socialized with Hollywood stars. Clark Noir loved this genre the most and wanted to work in this genre. Despite his great ambitions, he lived in a guest house that was an extension of a friend's house named Huss. Clark told everyone that a friend had arranged this special accommodation for him. The guest house was located in a slum near a prestigious neighborhood, but everyone believed his fabrication. At first everything was fine, but in 1985, the landlord, Huss, moved in with his son John and daughter-in-law Linda. Clark, an up-and-coming film producer of aristocratic ancestry. However, it was soon discovered that John and Linda had disappeared without a trace. Huss's son and daughter-in-law had also mysteriously disappeared. Just before they disappeared, Linda had told a friend that they had been invited to New York as part of a government program. They were excited about the trip and expected to return in 2 weeks. However, even after 8 weeks, there was still no news or sign of them. Eventually, Linda's sister became worried and contacted the police. The family received a postcard from John and Linda, supposedly sent from France, but they doubted its authenticity. Concerned, they called the police. An investigation was launched, but the young couple were never found. There was no evidence that they had ever set out on their journey or arrived in New York. Strangely, Clark, who had taken the name Christopher Chichester at the time, disappeared at the same time as the couple, leaving without a trace. Years passed without any news of John and Linda. In 1995, the family decided to do some landscaping. While digging a hole to build a swimming pool, workers stumbled upon 3 plastic bags containing a horrifying discovery: human remains. The remains were turned over to the police, and dental records identified them as belonging to John, who had gone missing 10 years earlier. He had died from a blunt object wound to the head. When the body was found, police immediately suspected a connection to Clark, the imposter. For years, John and Linda's relatives treated the disappearances as suspicious. A neighbor lent Clark a chainsaw on the day John and Linda were supposed to arrive in New York. That evening, the neighbor found Clark digging up much of his yard, which he attributed to a plumbing problem. Despite the reason for the investigation, police never dug up the yard to search for the missing bodies in more than a decade. After the discovery and identification of the missing persons' remains, the police reopened the murder investigation with renewed determination. They suspected that John may have discovered a plot involving Clark, who lived in his mother Huss's living room, and that Clark may have lied and cheated, leading to a confrontation. It is also possible that Clark cheated on John's mother Huss and stole from her. Although Linda's body was never found in the yard after multiple searches, Clark was known to be a favorite of women. Some believed that Linda had run away with him and that she was still alive. However, as the investigation progressed, more questions arose and answers remained elusive. Before his escape, Clark had gone to his favorite hair salon. At the hairdresser, Clark said he needed to return to England because a relative had died and left him a large estate. He bragged about the mansions there. He then returned to the house and took everything he could, including a pickup truck that belonged to John and Linda. The police were able to track him down until late 1988, when he turned up in Greenwich, Connecticut. There, he assumed the name Riley Crow and tried to sell the car to the son of a local priest. Here, he claimed to be a producer from Los Angeles who had worked with Alfred Hitchcock and was hired by a major company to do computer work. People admired his aristocratic demeanor, charm, and tenacity, which allowed him to continue his deception. His job at the computer company ended abruptly when they verified the social security number he provided. The documentation falsely indicated he was the son of the notorious 1970s serial killer David Berkowitz, prompting the company to avoid the potential risk to its reputation. Undeterred by this setback, Clark persevered and soon secured a position as the head of a major office on Wall Street in New York. Despite lacking the necessary education and experience, he impressed everyone with his polished manners and communication skills. He was offered an annual salary of $150,000, a substantial sum at the time. Surprisingly, his lack of educational background and experience did not raise any concerns about his qualifications. In 1987, Clark led a new department as part of the company's expansion plans, an appointment that even received coverage in local media. As an imposter, he handled deals worth hundreds of millions of dollars without understanding what he was doing. Unfortunately, his incompetence led the company to incur significant losses on risky deals, resulting in his dismissal. Clark was not discouraged, however. He quickly found a job at another prestigious Manhattan brokerage firm. During this time, the police were looking for him because of the discovery of John's previously missing car. Sensing danger, Clark disappeared for several days before the police could reach him. He abruptly resigned from his respected position, claiming that his parents were missing in Afghanistan, forcing him to leave immediately. He went into hiding and resurfaced as a German immigrant, creating the most important figure in his 30-year history of fraud. And he became Clark Rockefeller, supposedly belonging to the famous Rockefeller family. The con man returned to New York and became prominent in Manhattan in late 1992. He bragged about his art collection and used his aristocratic demeanor. His financial situation improved through previous Wall Street earnings and rumors of significant racing winnings, allowing him to maintain his antics. Clark Rockefeller attempted to emulate the wealthy by adopting eccentric behaviors. For example, he carried a tracking device and sometimes acted paranoid, which was a stark contrast to his previous behavior. He actively collaborated with artists, appraisers, and antique experts to authenticate his supposed art collection, which he claimed to have inherited from his grandmother. During this time, he had another focus. He was planning to marry Sandra Boss, whom he had recently met and whom he immediately fell in love with. They fell in love at first sight, further complicating his fraudulent actions. He mentioned consulting for third world countries in the financial sector, although he did not make any money from this work. Over time, their relationship became increasingly strained. Many friends later admitted that they only socialized with the couple because of the Rockefeller name, truly believing that he was related to the wealthy family. Many later began to question Clark's past, and by 2000, the couple was facing disagreements due to his unstable behavior and emotions. Sandra initially left Clark because of physical violence, but he convinced her to return, partly due to the difficult circumstances they were facing. They decided to reunite to restore the family for their child's sake. However, after they got back together, Sandra was surprised by an unexpected visit from the police. The police wanted to investigate an incident involving Clark that occurred in a park where he had a minor argument with a passerby. Although the incident wasn't serious, the police became interested in their family's situation. After this incident, he seemed worried about further investigation and the possible revelation of his deceitful past. He insisted they move to Cornish, New Hampshire, a town known for attracting the wealthy and famous. In Cornish, Clark claimed to be a scientist who owned a Canadian jet engine company and said he graduated from Yale University to boost his status. To support the move, Sandra spent around $750,000 on a luxurious estate previously owned by an American lawyer and several artists. Clark began a large-scale restoration of the mansion but first held a party to establish connections with local millionaires. However, questions soon arose about his background, and many suspected he was exaggerating his achievements. Despite these suspicions, most people believed him because he continued to tell grand stories about hosting former German Chancellor Helmut Kohl and astrophysicist Stephen Hawking at his estate. On May 23, 2001, Clark and Sandra welcomed a daughter, which brought new meaning to Clark's life. This child seemed to awaken genuine emotions in Clark, marking the first sincere experience in his previously deceptive life. However, Clark faced scrutiny again during an incident involving the city church, which was supposed to be restored and given to the city. Clark opposed this and bought the building with Sandra's funds, sparking outrage among locals. During a heated discussion with the city senator's family, Clark's past was challenged, and he deflected direct questions about his background. When their daughter turned 5, they decided to enroll her in a prestigious private girls' school in Boston. This was very important to Clark. So, in 2000, the family quickly moved to Boston, leaving behind all their projects, including an unfinished house and church. In Boston, Clark quickly integrated into the elite community and became engaged in the city's social life. He adored his daughter, whom he considered a little genius, and spent all his free time walking, reading, and talking with her. Tensions arose when Sandra disagreed with Clark's parenting methods, and she felt increasingly distant from her daughter. Although she never questioned his identity or doubted his true nature, Their disagreements over how to raise their daughter eventually led to a divorce and a custody battle. Clark moved out and stayed with friends while his daughter stayed with her mother. He accused Sandra of stealing his belongings and claimed that his art collection, supposedly inherited from a famous grandmother, was a fake. Desperate and afraid that he might lose custody of his daughter, Clark tried consulting with every lawyer in Boston, hoping to prevent Sandra from hiring any of them due to conflicts of interest. However, Sandra found a competent lawyer who, although expensive, she could afford. Her father, skeptical of Clark's claims of nobility, decided to conduct his own investigation. Clark's true identity was a mystery, and he went to great lengths to keep it hidden. Clark had his wife file her tax returns as unmarried and found an accountant to assist with this deception. Clark introduced himself to the accountant as his wife's brother, and the accountant believed him. Meanwhile, Sandra was fighting for custody of her daughter and was prepared to involve the armed forces if necessary. She hired a detective to investigate Clark's background, including his claim that his mother had died in a car accident. The detective discovered that the woman Clark described was actually alive. As the investigation continued, more of Clark's lies were uncovered. All of them were fabrications, allowing Sandra to place him in an orphanage to collect the $800,000 settlement his wife had given him after their divorce. Clark was only allowed to see his daughter occasionally, and only in the presence of a social worker. It was clear that he needed the money to plan his escape. Despite everything, his ex-wife had no idea that Clark was working with an artist friend and often expressed how much he missed his daughter. By this time, Clark's carefully constructed image had crumbled. He had lost his lavish mansion and many of his status symbols. No one believed he was Rockefeller anymore, but this did not seem to bother him much. Clark was deeply committed to being a loving father and focused solely on his 7-year-old daughter, which led him to plan and execute a perfect escape. Known as one of the greatest swindlers in history, he was pursued by 24 FBI agents. This operation lasted 5 days until the department received a tip from a real estate agent in Baltimore. The realtor identified the man he had recently sold a house to for $450,000. Now, a German immigrant, Clark had assumed the identity of Chip Smith. He claimed to be a single father and a ship captain who had moved from Chile, accompanied by a girl named Mafi. Just an hour after receiving this information, armed police surrounded a house in Baltimore, where the infamous swindler was believed to be hiding with his kidnapped daughter. The police decided not to storm the house to protect the child. Meanwhile, a large catamaran owned by Clark was docked at the Baltimore pier. Following the police instructions, the caretaker called the owner and claimed the ship was taking on water. The plan worked. The real Clark left the house and was then apprehended by 20 armed FBI agents. The girl was safely removed from the house and returned to her mother. This incredible tale of deception ended with his arrest on August 2, 2008. He was sent to Boston and taken into custody on charges of kidnapping his daughter. At that time, the police were still unaware of his true identity. A forensic examination conducted by the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, revealed that he was Christian Karl Gerhartsreiter. Psychiatrists diagnosed him with delusional and narcissistic personality disorders but found him sane and fit to stand trial. When Sandra Boss found out that her daughter was safe and her ex-husband had been arrested, she fainted. After regaining consciousness, her first question was about his identity. She didn't know who her husband truly was and only then discovered he was from Germany. Clark continued to fabricate his life story even while in prison. When the media interviewed him, he got confused about his birth year, saying either 1960 or 1961. He also falsely claimed that his mother was in Carter, an American child actress from the 1940s, and said she had passed away. In reality, his mother was alive and denied this. He created such an intricate web of lies that it's very difficult to determine his true identity. When faced with difficult questions, he claimed to have amnesia. Clark then hired an experienced attorney. The defense argued that there was no rule against using pseudonyms, although Clark frequently changed them. Over the past 30 years, Clark claimed that he had never explicitly stated that he was part of the Rockefeller family, but that his words and actions led others to believe that he was related to them. On June 8, 2009, Clark Rockefeller was convicted of kidnapping a 7-year-old girl and sentenced to 5 years in prison. In 2011, he was accused of murdering a married couple, John and Linda Sohu, based on circumstantial evidence. The Clark denied all charges, but the case still proceeded to court in California. Despite the lack of direct evidence, the case gained traction when a neighbor testified at the trial. The neighbor claimed to have seen the defendant digging in the yard where John's remains were later discovered and driving the couple's pickup truck. This suggested he was aware the couple was missing. Furthermore, 2 plastic book bags were found buried with John's remains. One bag was from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, where the Clark had studied from 7th to 12th grade. The other was from the University of Southern California, where he was taking film classes. Although this evidence was mostly circumstantial, it strongly pointed to his involvement in the murders. Despite this, Clark continued to deny his role in John's death, claiming that Linda had fled from her husband and was missing when John was killed. However, his claims are no longer believed. In 2013, after a lengthy and controversial trial, Clark Rockefeller was convicted of the murder of John Sohu and sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 27 years. Because Linda's body was never found, he was not convicted of her murder. Clark was unhappy with the sentence and appealed, which resulted in his parole being reduced by a year. With good behavior, he will be eligible for parole in December 2039. He is now 79 years old. He is currently serving his sentence in a state prison. California was deeply affected by the case. His ex-wife, Sandra Boss, had unwittingly lived with the imposter for 12 years. The situation was so unusual that the prosecutor's office considered charging Sandra Boss with complicity, but found no evidence to support this. Sandra denied all charges, moved to London, and started a new life with her daughter. The case of Amber Gibson. Amber Gibson is the daughter of Peter and Anne-Marie Gibson. The family has 2 children. Her brother is Connor Gibson. They live in a rough area of South Lanark, Scotland. The mother and children find this environment difficult, but they cannot afford to move to a better place. Unlike the rest of the family, Peter is well adapted to these harsh conditions. He likes to drink and does not like to work, so the family relies on government benefits which barely cover their basic needs. The Amber family faced difficult times. The father not only neglected the family's well-being, but was also a tyrant and very cruel. The children grew up in an environment filled with cruelty and constant fear. The daughter was affected to a lesser degree, but her older brother experienced violence from an early age. The mother suffered the most, as the father abused her in front of the kids. According to the mother, this abuse was regular, but she felt powerless to defend herself and her children. Eventually, she couldn't endure it any longer and sought help from the police. They took on the case and charged the Peter with cruelty. During the investigation, Peter unabashedly revealed his cruel nature and continued to threaten his wife, making her fear for her life. She cleverly turned the situation around, becoming a key witness against him in court. Peter was imprisoned not only for domestic abuse, but also for other serious crimes committed between 2001 and 2008. One of the significant crimes involved Peter attacking a young boy, whom he beat severely, resulting in serious injuries. Peter could not explain his aggression. He simply couldn't control his anger and lashed out at the first person he encountered. This incident was not an isolated one. Additionally, it was proven that Peter had previously raped a woman. He attacked, tied up, and strangled her. For all these crimes, Peter was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Given the father's behavior, it was clear that the children could not grow up in a peaceful and happy environment. They were raised in fear and cruelty. Connor suffered the most from a young age, enduring physical abuse and emotional pressure. Fortunately, the situation changed in 2008 when their father was imprisoned. At that time, the oldest child was 5 years old, and Amber was 3. It seemed that the family could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, after her husband was arrested, the mother turned to heavy drinking and neglected the children. As a result, Connor and Amber were removed from their home by the guardianship authorities and placed in the care of foster parents, Craig and Carol Niven. They were moved by the life story of these unfortunate children who were simply unlucky enough to end up in such a hostile environment. Craig and Carol were a couple who wanted to have children but had not been able to have them for a long time. And adopting a son and a daughter became the best way for them to show their love as parents. However, the Craig faced opposition from the children's biological grandparents, who were denied guardianship rights. The grandparents genuinely believed the Craig motivation for adopting was to receive state funding. Despite their resistance, the Craig successfully formalized the adoption, and the children moved to Hamilton, Scotland. Amber was known for her kind and gentle nature, which had seemingly remained untouched by her father's abusive behavior. She had a bright and cheerful personality, and was also intelligent. In contrast, her brother Connor struggled with the trauma of his early years. The violence he experienced had a profound impact on him, causing behavioral problems from a young age. He became withdrawn and had difficulty socializing, often lashing out at strangers, particularly girls. As he grew older, his behavior and personality became increasingly similar to his father's. Connor's cruel nature was often masked by his charming appearance, and he would frequently make jokes about his violent tendencies, shocking those around him. Connor was shunned by his classmates, who viewed him as unpleasant and potentially threatening. However, they did not take his statements about harming children and animals seriously, attributing it to his twisted sense of humor. As a result, Connor had few friends. His social isolation was not only due to his dark sense of humor and personality, but also stemmed from his long-standing struggles with mental health issues, which frightened those around him. Connor frequently used the internet, where he shared disturbing content. In one of his posts during his school years, Connor candidly discussed his struggles with mental health. Specifically, he mentioned battling bulimia, depression, anxiety, and attention deficit syndrome, which negatively impacted his academic performance. Teachers suspected that Connor might be mentally challenged due to his lack of interest in studying and frequent truancy. However, no formal assessments or evaluations were conducted to determine his exact diagnosis, leaving Connor to navigate his adolescent and mental health struggles without proper support. Connor felt frustrated because people didn't accept him and only judged him based on his actions. He believed he wasn't a bad person but was just trying to handle the effects of an oppressive environment. Connor blamed his father for these issues. Despite trying hard to connect with others, he struggled to communicate with younger sister, who was just a couple of years younger. Their adoptive parents avoided having the two brothers near each other, fearing that it would lead to conflict or even fighting. From a young age, they were kept apart or kept close together under adult supervision. However, even then, Connor was quick to argue with his sister. As a result, their adoptive parents decided to send them to different schools to ensure that they would not see each other during breaks. In high school, Connor was moved to a special school for teens with social, emotional, and behavioral challenges. Meanwhile, Amber continued attending a regular school. As they got older, new issues arose, and Connor struggled a lot. He couldn't get a girlfriend because his aggression intimidated everyone. Understandably, No girl wanted a relationship with him, which made him angrier. He started regularly taking out his aggression on his sister, Amber, often seeking excuses to lash out. Their relationship became so strained that by age 14, Amber felt she couldn't live under the same roof as him. She was scared of her brother and insisted on being placed in an orphanage. Connor lived with his foster parents until he turned 18 in 2020. After leaving because he was tired of their care, he joined the Hamilton project called the Blue Triangle, which provided a hostel for people without a home. Essentially, he started living in a homeless shelter. Despite living separately, Connor and younger sister Amber continued to see each other, although their communication was strained. Previously, they often had conflicts. But with some distance between them, they found fewer reasons to quarrel. Unfortunately, Amber could not escape further cruelty in her life. In June 2021, she was attacked and raped by 20-year-old Jamie Stars, who was sentenced to 10 years in prison for the crime. Prior to this, Jamie had been released on bail after spending several months in prison. Interestingly, he had been charged with another sexually motivated attack on a woman. Despite being involved in 2 charges, he was released on bail and then attacked Amber. The incident left her with psychological trauma, and she needed a long time to recover. Throughout her recovery, she stayed in touch with supportive relatives and friends. She was deeply troubled by the event, while her brother remained indifferent. Desperately seeking support, she tried to get closer to everyone she considered family, including Connor. On November 26, 2021, Amber told her friend she was going to meet her brother. She was excited because they hadn't communicated in a long time. And she hoped he had changed. Amber genuinely believed they could put the past behind them and finally have a peaceful relationship as siblings. At this time, she was still living in the orphanage. Connor, her brother, contacted the orphanage management to arrange their meeting. She was allowed to spend a few evening hours with him before returning. Connor always treated her badly. However, she still went to see him. She posted a selfie with Connor on her social media page, looking very happy in the photo. After that, no one heard from her again. Around midnight, Connor returned to the dormitory and he immediately went into one of the offices and approached a female employee. The woman later confessed that his sloppy appearance and strange behavior scared her. Connor looked sloppy, seemed depressed and out of breath, with dirty hands up to his wrists, which worried the employee. He explained that he had an argument with his sister and left in a hurry, but now he had calmed down and wanted to make sure she got to the orphanage safely. In fact, Connor called the orphanage, but they said she had not been there that night. The shelter staff then contacted the foster parents, who had also not seen Amber. Initially, the brother and sister met at their foster parents' house. They then went for a walk in Castle Glen Park to discuss some private matters. After the walk, they parted ways, and the brother returned to his dormitory. A statement was later filed with the police, reporting that her sister, Amber, was missing. An investigation found that Amber had no boyfriend to run away with, and all of her belongings were still at the orphanage, indicating that she had no plans to leave. As a result, the police suspected that something had happened to her. Meanwhile, Amber's brother, Connor, seemed unconcerned about her disappearance. Despite his sister's disappearance, he did not contact his adoptive parents to share his concerns or provide any information that might help identify his sister. During this time, the police had already started their search and needed to find some clues. It made sense to contact the last person who saw Amber. Naturally, the police spoke to Connor, who confirmed that they had been walking together that evening. However, he said they got into an argument, as usual, and after the fight, he left his sister in the park crying. Connor claimed he wandered around the area for a long time before finally reaching his dorm. He admitted he wasn't familiar with the area, which seemed odd since he had grown up there. Despite this, He insisted that he got lost and even fell into a ditch in the dark. This explained why he was so dirty when he went to make a call. The young man's statements quickly made the police suspicious. He could easily point out on the map where he met his sister, where they spent time in the park, and where he left her. However, he became confused when asked about the location of the ditch. Police tried to determine who was with Connor at that time to verify his account, but he refused to answer these questions. He seemed confused and avoided responding. The police couldn't get any useful information from him. Eventually, he was released and remained free during the investigation into the disappearance. 2 days after Amber went missing, on November 28th, at around 10:15 a.m., a 45-year-old man named Stephen Corrigan called the emergency services. He reported seeing the body of a girl while walking through Kazoo Glen Park. Shockingly, he admitted that he did not call the emergency services immediately and confessed to raping the body before contacting the police. He claimed to feel remorseful and decided to confess. When the police arrived at the scene, 200 meters from the bridge where Amber was last seen, they immediately began to verify the suspicious man's account. The body was in a terrible condition. The victim had been severely beaten, was naked, and had clearly been raped. Forensic experts later confirmed that Stephen's DNA was found on almost all parts of the deceased's body, including intimate areas. Stephen stated that after discovering the body, he dragged it away from the road to avoid being seen, committed his crime, and covered her with branches. This is where police eventually found the body. At that point, he became the prime suspect in both Amber's rape and murder. After a forensic examination, the body was identified as 16-year-old Amber Gibson. This news was devastating to everyone who knew her. Upon learning what had happened, Connor posted a farewell message dedicated to younger sister on his social media pages. He expressed regret that Amber's life was cut short and sorrow that no one would ever know what a wonderful person she was. The local community was deeply shaken by the horrific discovery, and people brought flowers to the park. Where Amber's body was discovered, no one could fathom what had occurred or who could be responsible for such a heinous act against the young girl. Shortly after, Connor reached out to the local newspaper, seeking to give an interview about his sister. He wished to share with the public what a wonderful person she was, providing insight into the life of the girl who met such a tragic end. A meeting with a local journalist was scheduled for December 2nd at a small cafe. However, Connor failed to appear. Unbeknownst to the journalist, Connor had been taken into custody, suspected of murdering his sister Amber. When forensic experts examined the body, they found 8 bruises on the girl's neck that suggested manual strangulation. She had also suffered several blows to the head with blunt objects, resulting in severe traumatic brain injury. A hematoma, caused by prolonged beatings, was discovered in her brain. Additionally, the girl's face was severely disfigured, and her nose was broken, indicating she had been badly beaten. The brutality of the attack led police to believe the killer had a personal motive. According to the forensic expert, Amber was initially attacked and knocked to the ground, losing consciousness after a blow to the head. However, strangulation was the ultimate cause of death. The Amber's clothes and underwear, found nearby, were badly torn, suggesting a violent and rage-filled rape. The body was heavily soiled with dirt and showed clear signs of being dragged along the ground. The most surprising aspect of the case is the timeline of events surrounding Amber's death. Stephen Corrigan contacted the police 2 days after Amber's passing. At that point, Amber's brother, Connor, was already a suspect due to his unusual behavior and history of conflicts with his sister. Furthermore, police discovered that Connor had posted about Amber's death on social media several hours before her body was discovered. This raised suspicions, as Connor was not only the last person to see Amber alive, but he had also reported her death before the police had even found her body, despite her still being listed as missing. As a result, the police focused their attention on Connor, searching for evidence to bring charges against him. Police found surveillance footage that sheds light on the girl's final moments. The footage shows her walking with Connor through the city, then along a bridge near the park. The pair appeared on camera at 9:57 p.m. Just 6 minutes earlier, at 9:51 p.m., Amber had taken a selfie with Connor and posted it online, looking happy. It appeared the encounter went well, and they may have been walking toward the park where her body was later found. About an hour and a half later, Connor appeared on camera again, but this time alone. No one else appeared on the footage. Connor was also captured on cameras outside the hostel where he resided. Before entering the building, he disposed of some clothing in a trash container, raising suspicions. Upon searching the containers, police recovered the jacket Connor wore on the night of his sister's murder. Notably, he didn't dispose of the rest of his clothes from that night. Forensic analysis revealed dirt and blood on the jacket and his shoes, and further examination confirmed the blood belonged to Amber. Connor didn't dispose of most of his clothes and shoes, likely because he couldn't afford to replace them. If he could have afforded new ones, the police believed he would have gotten rid of the old ones without hesitation. Instead, Connor attempted to clean the dirt and blood from his belongings, but not thoroughly, leaving behind DNA evidence. The DNA found was matched to his sister. Additionally, blood was discovered on Amber's underwear, which tests revealed did not belong to her, but to Connor. It's possible he injured his hand during a struggle with younger sister. Furthermore, Connor's bodily fluid was also found on Amber's body, indicating he had raped her. This new evidence allowed police to directly link Connor to the crime scene. Police examined the Connor's mobile phone and discovered some suspicious activity. The day after the murder, at around noon, he sent a message to a group chat with 5 members, asking for help with a search. Just 40 seconds later, he sent a separate message to his sister, checking if everything was all right. He then followed up with the group, claiming it was all an unsuccessful joke and that help was no longer needed. Afterwards, the Connor made internet searches on how to evade phone surveillance. Also, how to protect his data in case of a police check. This suggests he was trying to cover up the crime and avoid detection when his phone was checked. A disturbing aspect of the brother-sister relationship was also revealed. Based on his messages with Amber, it appears he had previously raped her and threatened to kill her if she reported it to her adoptive parents or the police. This traumatic experience contributed to Amber's desire to leave her foster home at 14. She remained silent about the incident, possibly due to her brother's threats. However, it seems Amber had decided to disclose this information to her adoptive parents shortly before her death, which could have been a motive for the murder. The investigation found that Connor and Amber initially communicated calmly. Connor may have intentionally invited Amber to meet, then led her to a secluded area, raped her, and murdered her. Regardless of the specific circumstances, Connor committed acts of violence against Amber, resulting in her death by strangulation. He left her body in the park, where it remained until his arrest on December 2, 2021. There was a lot of direct evidence against Connor, leaving no doubt about his guilt. Key evidence included the presence of Amber's blood on his clothes and shoes, as well as his DNA on her body and underwear. Additionally, he was caught on camera near the crime scene and had no alibi to prove his whereabouts at the time of the crime. The police also used data from his mobile phone, which further incriminated him. Notably, despite his attempts to hide his phone activities, he was unable to find a website that would help him hide his data. Following his arrest, his foster parents publicly condemned him, raising concerns about his behavior and social interactions. They mentioned his difficulties adjusting to society and his unusual style of communicating with friends at school and acquaintances at a homeless shelter. Furthermore, Connor had a history of dark interests, and his relationship with his sister was strained and lacking in affection. Police also discovered correspondence between Connor and younger sister Amber discussing previous rapes, which was used as evidence against him. Connor showed no concern or alarm when he learned about Amber's death. He seemed completely indifferent to the news. His lack of reaction suggested that he believed he could deceive police, which raised questions about his intelligence and mental state. During the search for Amber's body, Connor's adoptive parents were unable to contact him, and he displayed no interest in the efforts to find her, despite the growing concern of those around him. The case sent shockwaves through the town, with residents unable to comprehend the horrific events and strange circumstances surrounding Amber's tragic death at the hands of two men. There was a lot of evidence against Connor, allowing the prosecution to build a strong case. The defense tried to argue that the police had failed to show surveillance footage that would have captured Connor attacking Amber directly. They said that Connor was just walking with her and had no intention of harming her. However, they could not explain the marks of murder on Amber's body. Even though there was no surveillance camera at the crime scene to record the attack, there was still a lot of evidence of Connor's guilt. The trial lasted 13 days before the jury deliberated on a verdict. They unanimously found Connor Gibson guilty of murdering and raping his 16-year-old sister Amber Gibson, resulting in a life sentence. Despite the severity of the crime, he became eligible for parole after 22 years of imprisonment. Next, Stephen Corrigan, 45, appeared in court, admitting to raping Amber Gibson's body after discovering it on a path in a park. When questioned in court, Stephen explained his actions when he found her body. He claimed he could not resist the urge, which led him to rape her. The prosecutor's office determined specific charges against Stephen, and he was ultimately tried for obstructing the investigation. This decision was further complicated by the discovery of his DNA on 9 different parts of Amber's body. Stephen's father, William Corrigan, maintained that his son, Stephen, was a kind person and would not have abused the victim. He maintained that Stephen had been calm and non-aggressive at home shortly before the incident, and that a recent hand injury would have made it unlikely that he would have committed the crime. However, William could not explain why Stephen's DNA was found on the victim's body. Stephen's ex-partner testified in court, stating that Stephen had a history of violent behavior. She claimed that he had physically abused her, leaving her in fear for her life. Therefore, she was not surprised to learn of his involvement in the crime. During the trial, the defense lawyer attempted to rationalize Stephen's actions to reduce his culpability. The lawyer suggested that Stephen had stumbled upon the body and moved it into the bushes to spare others from discovering it. The defense claimed that Stephen was trying to protect the victim and potential passers-by, and then immediately reported the incident to the police. However, the lawyer's argument was weakened by the fact that Stephen had confessed to necrophilia, which was inconsistent with the claim that he had simply moved the body out of concern for others. The presence of marks on the victim's body, including in intimate areas, and the presence of male fluid, further contradicted the defense's explanation. As a result, Stephen was found guilty and sentenced to 9 years in prison. The community was shocked by the crime, especially since the victim was killed by her own blood relative. The victim, Amber, had a traumatic childhood, facing cruelty from her father and neglect from her mother. Despite this, her relationship with her brother, Connor, was not strong. She spent much of her life in foster care and orphanages. Despite warnings from friends and experiencing violence at his hands, Amber had hoped to establish a relationship with Connor. Tragically, when she met with him to give him a chance, it ultimately led to her death. During the trial, Connor showed no remorse or emotion, raising questions about his mental state. It became clear that he had mental disorders that played a significant role in the crime. Growing up in an aggressive and unhealthy environment, Connor was more aware of the cruelty inflicted by their father, which had a lasting impact on the entire family. The defense argued that Connor had been seeking help for a long time, as evident in his social media posts where he discussed his problems and efforts to cope with them. Unfortunately, his pleas for help went unnoticed. Amber's biological grandparents, who were unable to gain custody of the children, blamed the adoptive parents for the massacre. They believed the adoptive parents were indirectly responsible because they ignored the problems between Amber and her brother Connor. The grandparents also claimed that the adoptive parents only took in the children for the state allowances and showed no genuine interest in their well-being once they received the money. They further alleged that all the children in the adoptive parents' care were at risk. The adoptive parents, however, denied these claims, stating that they had tried their best to support the troubled children, despite the challenges and safety concerns. In an attempt to address the issues, they decided to send Amber to an orphanage to separate her from Connor. The adoptive parents maintained that they were unaware of Connor's history of violence. When Connor turned 18, he chose to move to a homeless hostel, and the adoptive parents could not prevent this. For a time, the siblings attempted to maintain a normal relationship, with the adoptive parents trying to facilitate this, but ultimately, none of them could foresee the tragic outcome. The case of Diane Olson. Diane Olson was born on April 14, 1961 in Wakefield, a small town in Michigan, USA. The town has about 2,000 residents and everyone knows each other. Diane is the oldest of 3 children, raised by their single mother. Although she was initially born into a complete family, her father, who had no interest in his children, left when Diane was just over 4 years old and never returned. Despite this, Diane grew up to be a positive and strong-minded person. After finishing secondary school, Diane was determined to start a family and have children. She didn't think much about work and had a somewhat naive vision of her future. She dreamed of a small private house with a white fence, lots of children, a loving husband, and a dog. However, life was not as she expected. At 20, she met a guy named Yusin by chance, and they developed feelings for each other. They soon began dating and quickly decided to live together. Diane moved in with Yusin, whose house was in the larger city of Sheridan, Wyoming. Then Diane and Yusin lovers got married, and seemed to be the ideal couple, dreaming of having children right from the start. In 1982, the family Diane had a son named Stephen Jr. 2 years later, their daughter Stephanie was born. Diane was over the moon because her dream was almost fulfilled. She was a homemaker who took care of the kids, and generally, everything was fine at home. However, her husband often showed dissatisfaction and aggression. Diane tried her best to maintain harmony and love in the relationship. After just 3 years, Yusin received an offer for a new job. It was a promising and well-paying job, but to get it he had to move to Versace's kinky state and travel through several states. Yusin dreamed of advancing his career and earning enough to secure his children's future. However, Diane strongly opposed the move because she didn't want to leave her home and be far from family and friends. Despite her objections, Yusin accepted the offer and insisted on relocating, so the family eventually moved. Due to his heavy workload, Yusin couldn't spend much time with his wife and children, leading to discord in the marriage. Diane felt like a single mother, struggling to handle all the problems by herself. She felt that the relationship between her and her husband was no longer as close as before, and believed that Yusin prioritized his career over his family, thinking he didn't need a wife or children. Unable to bear the situation any longer, Diane decided to separate from her husband. She was left with 2 children to care for and managed to gain full custody. Now, she is like her mother before, raising her son and daughter on her own. She remembered how her mother once found herself in a similar situation. Diane sent her son and daughter to kindergarten and needed to find a job. She secured a position at the Toyota plant in Georgetown, Kentucky. Although the job was promising and well paid, the plant was located about 30 kilometers from her home, which required long commutes and added inconvenience. To make things easier, Diane decided to move with her children to Georgetown. Diane dedicated most of her time to work. However, she succeeded in being a caring mother to her children. At the same time, Diane never abandoned her dream of having a large family, so she waited for the right partner. It seemed that her life was gradually falling into place. According to relatives and friends, Diane has made great progress during this period. She had a passion she loved. She looked fantastic and enjoyed life. She took up dancing, which helped her expand her circle of friends. At the plant, she started talking to a colleague named Dennis, 33 years old, nicknamed the Elephant. They quickly bonded as they were kindred spirits. Dennis, who was cheerful and positive, charmed she with his friendly outlook and attentiveness during every encounter. Their relationship soon turned romantic, progressing swiftly. And after a passionate dating period, Diane and Dennis got married on New Year's Eve in 1991. Diane and Dennis showed strong determination and business skills, leading to big success. However, as the business grew, the marriage began to suffer because Diane was constantly occupied with business projects. Diane and Dennis tried to work things out several times but ultimately decided to divorce after 8 years of marriage in 1999. By then, the son had already moved out and begun his independent adult life. Diane was once again left to raise her youngest daughter on her own. The family settled into a peaceful and familiar warren. Diane was successful in her business and earned a good income, giving her the ability to support her small family. This stability lasted until August 2001. At that time, Stephanie was in the prime of her youth. This young girl met her first love, that was David Resma, with a boy who had very deep feelings for her, who was only 18 years old at that time. Those who knew David regarded him as a good person, always willing to help in tough situations. He was quiet and modest, traits that Stephanie really liked. Exactly 1 year later, Stephanie graduated. It seemed as if nothing foretold the bloody tragedy that was about to unfold. On June 6, 2002, in Georgetown, Kinky State, everything seemed normal until an emergency call was made to 911. Stephanie reported that Diane had taken her own life. Police arrived quickly and were greeted by Stephanie, who let them into the house. Upon reaching the bedroom, the officers discovered a badly injured body on the bed belonging to Diane, who was clearly dead. The scene suggested her last moments were horrific. Police quickly refuted Stephanie's claim that Diane took her own life. The room was covered in blood, with splatters on the floors, walls, and even the ceiling, shows how brutal the attack was. Diane had no chance of survival. Police believe the killer's mental state in the massacre was either uncontrollably agitated or suffering from a mental disorder. The brutal crime quickly caught everyone's attention in the neighborhood. The neighbors were shocked by what happened. No one could believe that this hard-working and friendly woman could have deadly enemies. People understood that there was a psychopath or maniac on the loose, and no one could feel safe. The detectives found it difficult to understand when they saw Diane's t-shirt pulled up and her pants and underwear pulled down. The focus of the attack seemed to be on her neck and chest. She was likely attacked from behind, as there was a deep wound on the back of her head. Afterward, it appears she was thrown onto the bed, and the attacker continued to inflict wounds on her arms and body. There were numerous bruises, indicating she had been beaten for a long time. At the start of the attack, she probably tried to protect her head with her hands, as they were severely cut by the knife. Based on this, it was assumed that the attacker was a sexual predator who might have committed similar crimes before. It was crucial to analyze the crime scene to gather evidence and determine who might have wanted Diane dead. She was a 41-year-old single mother, with no issues at work or in business. but she might have had disagreements with her ex-husbands. The police quickly investigated Diane's ex-husbands and found that they hadn't communicated with her for a long time. They had a confirmed alibi, so they were immediately removed from the list of suspects. At the scene of the tragedy was 16-year-old Stephanie, who had discovered her mother's body. Understandably, the girl seemed distraught, given the horrific situation. The detectives showed her sympathy. Despite her demeanor, she was hesitant to engage with them, so they gave her some time to recover. She composed herself before the investigators started questioning her. Information about the murder quickly spread through the media, capturing public attention and helping to gather important clues. Neighbors shared the story with each other, and soon it was known throughout the city. At the scene, forensic experts collected a significant amount of blood. However, they were unable to find the murder weapon, complicating the investigation. Unfortunately, no skin particles were found under Diane's fingernails. It was believed that the attack was so sudden and swift that she didn't have time to fight back or scratch the attacker. DNA samples collected from the crime scene could identify the culprit, but analyzing and comparing them with databases would take time. The detectives first needed to question all Diane's relatives who were nearby. Stephanie arrived immediately. She confessed that she came home and discovered the mutilated body. She and her mother had a warm, respectful relationship and were like best friends. She cried and appeared to struggle with the pain of her loss. During questioning, she mentioned that she had been staying at a friend named Gail's house for the past few days. Besides her absence, Gail's boyfriend, Zach, occasionally visited, along with the man Stephanie was seeing. Stephanie worked her usual evening shifts on both days. She claims that on the night of the murder, she was at Gail's house with Zach, watching a movie all night. She said she had called her mother the day before the murder at around 10 p.m. Based on her statement, it is believed that Diane was injured sometime between that call and 10:30 a.m. the next morning, when Stephanie returned home from her friend's house. She expected her mother to have left for work, but instead, she found her mother had been tortured and lying on the bed in the bedroom. Horrified, Stephanie went downstairs, struggled to calm herself, and called emergency services. The police were naturally interested in whether Diane had any dangerous enemies. They questioned Stephanie about this. She mentioned that Diane had been dating a new man named Todd Johnson, who was 30 years old. According to Stephanie, Diane and Todd had been seeing each other for 6 months. They often met in the evenings and rode around the city on a sports motorcycle at night. Todd seemed daring and dangerous to Diane's. Stephanie didn't know him well enough to eliminate him as a suspect in the murder. By the end of her conversation with the police, she recalled that Diane had wanted to break up with Todd the day before her death. As the detectives questioned Stephanie, other officers walked around the area and speaking with neighbors. The investigators hoped that someone might have heard something suspicious the night Diane was killed. A neighbor who lived across the street reported that around 11:30 p.m. that evening, he was coming home with his sister. They both noticed someone hiding in the bushes near Diane's house. This person appeared to be kneeling and watching or hiding, but it was too dark for them to tell if it was a man or a woman. Other neighbors mentioned to the police that after 11 p.m., they heard the loud roar of a sports motorcycle engine. They knew that Diane's boyfriend rode a sports bike and often went on evening rides with her, so they didn't think it was unusual and didn't bother to look out the window to see who it was. All this led to suspicions that Todd Johnson was with Diane that evening. They might have had a fight, and in a fit of anger, he harmed her. Consequently, investigators quickly contacted Todd. He denied visiting Diane's that evening or being involved in any way. However, he did mention that he called her that night. Everything was calm, they said goodbye, and he later went to bed. He agreed to visit the scene and speak with detectives at Diane's house. He appeared suspicious, partly because Stephanie mentioned her mother's intention to break up from him. From that point, Todd became a suspect. Several witnesses reported hearing the noise of ride a sports motorbike. Stephanie insisted that Todd seemed dangerous to her, and she was always afraid of him. Furthermore, the breakup could be seen as a strong motive for the attack. Despite this, he denied involvement in the crime, but the police were very suspicious of him due to the testimony of Stephanie's and neighbors, as well as his strange behavior. When Todd arrived at the scene, for some reason he said that Diane was dead, even though he was not supposed to know this yet. He later explained that he had heard rumors. He also referred to his alibi. He remained calm and seemed unemotional about the murders, confident in his innocence. Todd claimed that he last spoke to Diane around 9 p.m., and by 10 p.m., he went to sleep. Before that, he had been searching online for bike spare parts, and in the morning, he went to work. He insisted he had nothing to do with the murder. He described his relationship with Diane as warm and loving, stating that they had not had any recent conflicts or discussions about breaking up. However, Todd's testimony contradicted Stephanie's. She claimed that the relationship between her mother and Todd was far from ideal. According to Stephanie, her mother said they were very different. Diane was worried about the age difference, which is why she wanted to end the relationship. Stephanie stressed that Diane had planned to communicate this on the day of the attack. It didn't seem like a coincidence. However, accusations couldn't be made based only on assumptions. Todd gave his information before the police released him. The forensic expert who examined Diane's body reported that she suffered 27 stab wounds. 9 of these were to the head, including one particularly deep wound over 20 centimeters long, described as an attempt to scalp her. Her arms showed numerous bruises, indicating a prolonged beating. Despite her desperate resistance, Diane could not overcome her attacker, who was likely a stronger and larger man. The stab wounds on her body were inflicted with such force that some pierced through her rib cage and exited from her back. All the wounds appeared to be made with the same weapon. However, investigators did not find a knife at the crime scene, suggesting the killer disposed of it. Finding the murder weapon became the police's top priority. Based on the injuries, the weapon was likely a straight blade about 15 centimeters long. At first, it was believed that Diane had been raped either before or after her death. However, forensic examinations revealed no evidence of sexual assault. This suggested that the scene was staged to confuse the police and hinder the investigation. It was clear that the killer knew Diane, as there were no signs of forced entry, indicating she had let the person in herself. Since nothing was stolen, robbery was ruled out as a motive. The situation seemed deliberately misleading, which pointed to Diane's boyfriend, Todd, as a suspect. All suspicions focused on Todd because he seemed to have a motive. There was no solid alibi, and everything pointed toward him. However, a thorough investigation of his alibi confirmed he wasn't lying. He had indeed communicated with Diane shortly before the attack, with the call made from his home. Furthermore, his browser history showed that after the call, he made online purchases and was active on the internet at the time Diane was killed in her bed. Ultimately, the investigation concluded that he was not involved in the incident and removed him from the list of suspects. Detectives decided to thoroughly investigate the people close to Diane, they believing the crime to have a personal motive. The perpetrator had access to the house and attacked Diane brutally, seemingly out of hatred. Given Diane's active lifestyle, she had many friends and acquaintances. The police conducted extensive work, interviewing dozens of people. From these testimonies, detectives noticed that Stephanie's description of her relationship with her mother was quite different from reality. Relatives described Stephanie as cruel, aggressive, and manipulative. She had conflicts with her mother and had even threatened her. Approximately a month before Diane passed away, her relationship with Stephanie grew more tense. During this period, Stephanie was dating David Dreama, an 18 years old, whom Diane, Stephanie's mother, did not approve of. The young couple ran away to Florida, but Diane was not to accept this and reported Stephanie's disappearance to the police. Eventually, Stephanie and David were located and brought back home. From then on, the relationship between mother and daughter became distinctly hostile. After that, Diane tried to mend her relationship with her daughter. Stephanie was an intelligent girl, and she graduated from high school a year early in the spring of 2002. Her mother organized a big party to celebrate this achievement, but it didn't improve their relationship. They had a big argument when Stephanie expressed her desire to move out, which Diane opposed. Stephanie was desperate to reunite with her boyfriend, David, but her mother continued to obstruct this. The couple saw themselves as modern-day Romeo and Juliet, forbidden to be together. Following these incidents, several witnesses claimed that Stephanie wished for her mother's death. Detectives opted to interview Stephanie again because she had previously claimed that on the night of the murder, she's at Gail's house with Zach and don't leave until the next morning. However, according to the friend Gail, Stephanie's boyfriend, David, also there, and they both left her house around 10:30 p.m. They returned to her home at about 2 a.m. and stayed for roughly an hour before leaving again without any explanation. They came back closer to the morning. Stephanie told Gail she had a problem. According to Gail, Stephanie said that Diane ended his own life, then left again. Gail's boyfriend, Zach, was questioned separately and confirmed all of this. Gail ended up watching movies all night with Zach, while Stephanie and David came and went periodically. Stephanie and David's whereabouts and activities during that time are unknown, indicating that they lied. It was also reported that earlier in the day, Stephanie had another argument with her mother, Diane. She wanted to move out, but her mother refused to allow it until she reached adulthood, which meant she had to wait 5 more years. Detectives also suspected that David, Stephanie's boyfriend, was involved in the murder. They believed that Stephanie could not have killed Diane alone. Investigators believe that while David and Stephanie were absent from Gail's house, they committed the massacre. On June 7th, David Resma and Stephanie Olson were questioned at the police station. David immediately attempts to cover up the crime by saying that he and Stephanie left Gail's house to go by a truck. In another interrogation room, Stephanie lied without hesitation, denying any involvement in the tragedy. At this point, the detectives still lacked evidence to charge the couple. Both David and Stephanie provided DNA samples for analysis and comparison with those found at the crime scene. Although they were initially released, a couple of weeks later, experts determined that hair from 3 people, Diane, Stephanie, and David, was found in the Diane's bedroom. Additionally, David's DNA was on Diane's body. However, this evidence was not sufficient for charges, as all 3 had regular contact with each other. Stephanie lived with Diane, so her hair could easily have been at the crime scene. As the armed forces police lacked concrete evidence, so they decided to continue their investigation by interviewing people who had been in close contact with Diane and David. During their inquiries, they encountered Tim KRPT, who had moved from North Carolina just 2 months before the murder. Several of David's friends had seen Tim at a party he hosted. At 20 years old, Tim had a bad reputation and was known for criminal behavior, particularly for causing serious bodily harm. Witnesses reported that David frequently talked with Tim, regarded him as an experienced killer, and often asked him about how to commit murder and conceal the crime. When Tim was first questioned by the police, he did not provide any useful information, so they had to release him. Although he appeared withdrawn and suspicious, they could not get any more information from him. However, just 3 months later, in September 2002, Tim was arrested for theft and fraud involving bank checks. While in prison, Tim's cellmate informed the police about Tim's confession during a private conversation. Tim revealed that he knew David and a person named Milan were involved in Diane's death. He described how they hid in the bushes in front of Diane's house before the attack, which matched statements from the neighbors. Since Tim could not have known these details without being involved in the crime, his account became crucial evidence. The testimony from the neighbor confirmed important details and was a major advancement in solving the case. On April 8, 2003, 3 young suspects were brought to justice. 19 years old David Dressman and 20 years old Tim KRPT, followed by Stephanie Olson. All 3 were charged with the murder of Diane. Since David and Stephanie minor age, they could have initially avoided prosecution. However, due to the seriousness of the crime, a motion to try them as adults was filed, which was granted by the court. New witnesses reported that Stephanie had boasted about receiving a significant amount of money if her mother died. Diane had a life insurance policy worth $500,000, which would be equally divided between Stephanie and her older brother upon Diane's death. The possibility of receiving $250,000 could have been a strong motive behind the crime. A month before the trial, Tim made an agreement with the prosecution. He confessed to conspiring with Stephanie, David, and admitted being at the crime scene, suggest what to do, but he denied killing Diane. Since his DNA was not present at the scene, they believed him. Tim explains that he helped Stephanie and David because money, and they had promised to pay him a portion of the insurance money they expected to receive after Diane died. He received a sentence of 6 years in prison for aiding and abetting as part of the deal. Additionally, Tim was required to testify against Stephanie and David. Stephanie's trial began in May 2005. She pleaded not guilty and claimed no involvement in the murder. However, the prosecution had a different view. They argued that on the night of the crime, Stephanie and Diane had an argument. Afterward, Stephanie brought David to her home. David had previously discussed murder tactics with Tim. Stephanie then lured Diane into the bedroom, causing another argument. This distraction allowed David to approach Diane unexpectedly and attack her from behind, beating and stabbing her. Tim was nearby but did not participate. Despite this, the prosecution argued that Stephanie was the mastermind and instigator of the murder. Although she never used a weapon herself, she persuaded David to commit the act for her. After leaving home Diane in a car, Stephanie and David returned to a Gale's house to create an alibi. Stephanie's defense consistently argued that she was not involved in her mother's murder. To support her claim, Stephanie provided emotional testimony intended to sway the jury, expressing her love for her mother and her longing for parental affection. Despite this, after more than 8 hours of deliberation, on May 27, 2005, Stephanie Olson was found guilty and sentenced to 25 years in prison for her involvement in the murder. About a year after Stephanie's conviction, on June 15, 2006, the murder's mastermind, David, went on trial. He was also found guilty and received a 30-year sentence. In 2015, he sought a reduced sentence, but his appeal was denied. Stephanie remains imprisoned at the Kentucky Women's Correctional Facility and will be eligible for parole in 2024. The case of Alexandra Pezic. Alexandra was born in Canada to parents originally from the former Yugoslavia. Her father passed away when she was 10 years old, and her mother raised her and her siblings. Eventually, the family moved to a new location in Canada, where her mother met and married a new partner. They settled in Burnaby, a suburb of Vancouver. Alexandra grew up to be a beautiful and intelligent young woman, becoming the pride of her family. She frequently participated in beauty contests and won several of them. In 1984, she represented Burnaby in the Miss Canada pageant. Even though she didn't win, this experience gave her many opportunities. She received offers for roles in films and television but declined them. Instead, Alexandra determined to become a dental hygienist. Alexandra and her mother had a hobby of touring houses for sale every week, dreaming of owning one someday. One Sunday, while visiting a house and speaking Serbian in the yard, a woman approached them and joined their conversation. She introduced herself as Jelka and shared that she had the same hobby. Jaka gave them her business card and invited them to her auto repair shop. A few months later, Alexandra needed car repairs and remembered meeting Jelka. Alexandra called the number on the card and took her car to her shop. Jelka arranged a coffee meeting where her 27-year-old son, Joe Pezic, met 20-year-old Alexandra Ignatovich. They hit it off immediately, and at that time, no one expected that this meeting would be fateful. Alexandra and Joe's relationship progressed quickly. Initially, Joe took Alexandra to the finest restaurants and gave her large bouquets of flowers. Just a month later, he proposed. However, they chose not to rush the wedding. The planning of the wedding stretched over an entire year. During this time, Alexandra got to know Joe better and realized that both he and his mother, Jelka, wanted to control everything she did. They always let Jelka decide things. Jelka decided how many guests to invite to the wedding, which wedding dress to choose, and which traditions to follow. This was the first sign to know Alexandra that something was wrong, causing her to have doubts about the wedding. Nevertheless, Alexandra chose not to abandon the relationship and married on June 11, 1988. Alexandra expected everything to work out, but unfortunately, the situation worsened. She was particularly concerned about her mother-in-law, Jelka, who kept interfering in her relationship with Joe. Her mother-in-law insisted on controlling everything between them and demanded that all decisions be made only after seeking her approval. She even tried to control Alexandra's daily activities, her appearance, her clothes, and her makeup. This stress was compounded by Joe's actions. He asked her to always be wholehearted in everything, maintain discipline at work, and focus completely on him. He also managed her finances. Although Alexandra earned a good income, but she couldn't spend any money on herself without the family's permission. Eventually, she wasn't allowed any personal expenses, leading to numerous arguments. The tension between the spouses increased. Alexandra couldn't understand why Joe always prioritized his mother over her. According to tradition, Joe sided with his parents and couldn't oppose them. He agreed to marry Alexandra according to his mother's wishes, and Alexandra began to experience physical abuse. Eventually, Joe's parents offered the couple 80,000 Canadian dollars to buy a house in Burnaby. This amount wasn't enough to purchase a property outright but was sufficient for a down payment on a mortgage. The couple accepted the offer. Alexandra hoped this would allow them to leave the Joe's parental home and live independently without oversight. However, this led to new conflicts with Joe's parents, Jelka and Sam. They tried to control everything, from the location of the new home to the color of its facade, and Alexandra had to concede to all their demands. In 1989, Alexandra and Joe moved into their own house, which was next to Joe's parents' place. Shortly after, they had a son named Brandon. However, Joe's parents didn't get along with them, and tensions rose. Joe's mom, Jelka, didn't give Alexandra any freedom. Joe's parents were always at their house, disturbing the young family's peace. Alexandra tried to be independent, but every time she went out to run errands, Jelka meddled in everything. She cooked and organized the house her way. Alexandra tolerated everything, but she eventually reached her limit. In the first month, her baby, Brandon, had colic. Her mother-in-law, Jelka, recommended giving Brandon herbal tea, but Alexandra declined because she knew it might be harmful. Instead, she went to the pharmacy to get medicine. Upon returning, she couldn't wake Brandon up. She realized that Joe sided with his parents and didn't respect her opinion, so she decided to end the relationship. Alexandra also discovered that Joe planned to spread false rumors about her, claiming she married him only for his money. As a result, the neighbors saw her as a bad wife and mother. However, Alexandra was financially independent and never relied on her husband, who was very stingy. She dreamed of breaking free from the meddling family and raising her child on her own. During this time, Joe's family pressured Alexandra so much that she often told her mother that she hated every single person in his family. She even bought a doll to vent her anger toward. The main issue was that Alexandra still had to live with her husband because he pressured her. The following day, she discovered that her husband had left, leaving baby Brandon alone in the house. She has to go home and was alarmed to find the heating and electricity on, which was dangerous for Brandon. Consequently, Alexandra took the baby and left again. It appeared the Joe family was indifferent to Brandon's well-being. They just wanted to keep the boy to control Alexandra. After Alexandra moved out with Brandon, her life turned into a nightmare. She first contacted the police in 1989 because Joe and his parents regularly threatened her. They assaulted her, poured foreign substances into her car's gas tank, and broke into her apartment. Alexandra was also under surveillance, and her car was frequently blocked, indicating she was being controlled. The most terrifying incident occurred when she encountered an unknown man on the street. The man stared at her for a few seconds, then made a throat-slitting gesture with his finger and pretended to shoot her with an imaginary gun. This encounter left Alexandra terrified to leave her home, and she lived in constant fear. The police took her report seriously, and an investigator began looking into the situation. However, the investigation has progressed very slowly and the police are still trying to arrest Joe and his parents. During the divorce, Alexandra and Joe faced issues with child custody, as well as the home on which both spouses were paying the mortgage. Alexandra often told her parents that she was suffering due to these legal battles. Joe's parents caused her emotional and financial stress, making her condition worse. They were eager to gain full custody to teach Alexandra a lesson. During the hearings, Alexandra and her lawyer fought back strongly. Joe and his mother primarily sought ownership of the house. According to Joe's family, they had made the initial payment for the house and covered part of the monthly payments, as well as financed the repairs. They claim they have made a major contribution to the house. The lawyer presented all the calculations showing that the Joe family indeed invested more money. The court ruled in their favor, awarding the house to Joe. The Joe family taunted Alexandra, the person without a home, with a son in his arms, Brandon. However, this wasn't enough for them. They also aimed to take her son away. Thus, a custody trial began. Since Brandon was still very young, his opinion was not considered. Many of Alexandra's friends and colleagues defended her in court, stating that she was a loving and caring mother capable of raising her child with dignity. They also informed the court about the harmful behavior of Joe's family, who abused, harassed, and threatened Alexandra and her son. These arguments were taken seriously by the court. As a result of the trial, Alexandra was granted custody of the baby. Joe agreed to visit Brandon only once a month and to pay $650 monthly in alimony. Joe's parents were generally prohibited from seeing baby Brandon, as they were deemed potentially dangerous for the child. Joe was advised to undergo anger management therapy. Alexandra and Joe were issued restraining orders against each other and were forbidden from contacting one another. Alexandra's mother was responsible for facilitating the child's transfer to Brandon. Joe's family was not happy with the situation. They were angry and eager for revenge against their former daughter-in-law, Alexandra. On November 27, 1990, Joe set fire to a tree in Alexandra's yard, prompting her to report the incident to the police. Alexandra believed Joe and his mother were responsible. During this time, Joe had a new lover named Helen, who unknowingly provided a false alibi for Joe by claiming she was at home with them, helping them evade police trouble. In the spring of 1991, Helen accidentally found a book about Cindy James among Joe's belongings. Cindy James' tragic fate is a notable case in Canada's criminal history. She was harassed for years without receiving protection from authorities. Was she eventually found dead with her hands and feet bound? The exact cause of her death remains unclear. Some criminologists think she was murdered, while others believe she ended his own life. Helen believes that, no matter the circumstances, mistreatment is one of the most terrifying true crime stories, illustrating the extreme cruelty that humans are capable of. She noticed Joe was imitating the actions described in the book about Cindy James. Realizing the danger, Helen sent a copy of the book to Alexandra through the mail to alert her to the deadly threat. When Alexandra read it, she understood that her ex-husband, Joe, intended to bring the book's violence into her life. Joe was also stalking her, setting a tree on fire in front of her house, along with other disturbing actions. Alexandra was alarmed and gave the book to the police. She believes that a tragic outcome will happen to her, just like in the book, and she shared this with the detectives working on the case. The investigators recognized Alexandra's concerns, but noted that it was only speculation, since there was no concrete evidence of the lethal plan being executed. Even though Joe's parents won the house that Alexandra and Joe common ownership, but they were worried that Alexandra might try to claim a share of the house through her child. To prevent this, they took steps to secure their interests and eliminate such a possibility. Consequently, Alexandra and her son, Brandon, moved to her mother's house. She gave up on recovering the money she had invested in the house and decided to save for a new one instead. Alexandra kept his distance from Joe's family and tried to move on with his life. She hoped this distance would help things settle and that they would leave her alone, but she was mistaken. By November of that year, Alexandra and Joe finalized their divorce. However, Joe's harassment continued. 8 months later, on July 26th, Alexandra was attacked by a masked man with a knife. He approached her as she was getting out of her car near her home. Luckily, the attacker hesitated, giving Alexandra the chance to escape. He chased her all the way to her doorstep, but she managed to get inside and lock the door. Some neighbors witnessed the attack, and they noticed a suspicious car following the masked man. What terrified her the most wasn't that. The most horrible thing was that, in the book about Cindy James, the attack by the man with the knife turned out to be the second to last episode before Cindy James died. Alexandra understands that her next confrontation with Joe and his accomplices will be her last alive. She was in a state of panic and horror. Fearing for her life, she asked her relatives to look after Brandon if anything bad happened to her. She shared her concerns with many friends and family members. Although the police were aware of the threats and harassment, they did nothing to protect Alexandra from Joe's family. Alexandra tried to stay calm, remain in control, and be alert. Only her closest friends knew the severity of the emotional crisis she was going through. Her family encouraged her to go to the media or draw public attention to her situation. They believed that public outrage could help deter the attackers. However, Alexandra refused because she feared becoming a laughingstock in front of Joe's family and didn't want her work problems to become public, as she valued her job greatly. Alexandra also had no expectations from the police. She felt that they was indifferent to her situation. The investigation into the knife attack began only a few days later, and no one seemed to grasp the seriousness of Joe's family's intentions. The investigation concluded too quickly, leaving many details overlooked, and the attacker was never found. Alexandra realized that she had no one else to rely on in this situation but herself. As things grew more intense, on August 5th, just 10 days after the previous attack, Alexandra and her friend left the dental office where they worked around 6:15 p.m. They were heading to her car, as Alexandra had promised to drive her colleague home. It was still daylight, and the car was parked on the street. Alexandra always parked there because she felt it was safer than using underground parking. After Alexandra's colleague got into the car and leaned over to place bag under the seat, she suddenly heard several gunshots. Instinctively, her colleague covered her head with her hands. When colleague looked up, she saw Alexandra, who had been shot, sitting in the driver's seat. Alexandra then was rushed to the hospital but tragically died from her injuries shortly afterward, just 3 weeks shy of her 20th birthday. Forensic experts determined that Alexandra was shot with a .380 pistol. She was hit by 4 bullets, while 6 additional shots missed her. This brazen crime took place in broad daylight in a crowded area. The shooting occurred at such close range that shell casings ended up inside Alexandra's car. Due to the boldness of the criminals and the presence of many witnesses, one observant driver was able to follow a distinct car and note its license plate. He saw the car with the 2 men stop near a McDonald's, where they transferred to another white car and then disappeared. The witness provided the police with a description of the suspect and their vehicle. He got a clear view of them. Person sitting in the driver's seat was a young man around 30 years old, slim, with dark curly shoulder-length hair, and wearing a green suit. In addition, there was another person sitting in the passenger seat, also had long dark hair, was of slight build, and was wearing a green t-shirt. When Alexandra's family found out what happened, they were devastated. Months earlier, Alexandra had gone to the station to report the harassment. She obtained a restraining order. No, it doesn't help anything, so she asked for help. According to Alexandra's mother, she was planning to soon move with her son to an unknown place and start a new life, away from Joe's family, but unfortunately, she didn't have time to carry out her plans. After the murder, Joe has stopped caring about gaining custody of his 3-year-old son, Brandon. He agreed that Brandon should stay with his mother, Alexandra, and distanced himself from his son's life in the following years. It became evident that the murder was not motivated by a custody dispute but by a baseless desire for revenge. Friends and family shared that Alexandra had a premonition of her death. Following the knife attack, she would cry every night beside her son's crib and was startled by every noise, knowing that law enforcement was not taking her situation seriously and could not protect her. Alexandra felt hopeless and doomed. The detectives initially focused on Joe and his mother, Jelka, as they had been harassing Alexandra for a long time. However, both had alibis at the time of the attack. Joe's father picked him up from kindergarten, where Brandon attended, and went to the pool, which was confirmed by receipts and witnesses. Meanwhile, Jelka was busy all day in their workshop servicing clients' cars. Despite this, they could have hired someone to commit the crime. Forensic experts found faint fingerprints on the license plate, which led to a criminal named Lawrence Delorme. His partial fingerprint was also found on the gearshift lever. Lawrence's appearance matched the description given by a witness. The day before the incident, a police officer saw a suspicious man near the crime scene around 2 a.m. The patrolman observed this man walking toward a 24-hour store and then returning. The car, however, did not belong to the criminal, Lawrence. According to the gathered information, the car, a Camaro, was registered to someone else and had been stolen from an underground parking garage near Alexandra's house. Lawrence allegedly began following Alexandra 2 to 3 weeks before the attack. Other witnesses reported seeing a red Camaro near Alexandra's workplace the day before the tragedy. Just days before the incident, when Alexandra was being stalked, she hired 2 private detectives to gather evidence for the police that she was being stalked. This was Alexandra's attempt to hold Joe's family accountable. On August 5th, time of the attack, one detective was near the kindergarten that Brandon attended. This detective then followed Joe to the pool. Another detective followed Joe's parents, who had been working in the workshop all day. Ironically, one detective was only a few blocks from Alexandra's workplace, but this proximity didn't help her. However, private detectives were helpful in the case. One of them spotted a suspicious white Pontiac near the kindergarten where Brandon studied. The criminals used a similar car to flee the crime scene. Its license plates were given to the police. According to a private detective, the car's owner was Milan Nanatic. Alexandra had mentioned seeing this vehicle before. A week before the incident, she noticed it on the street and followed it for a while. Alexandra believed the car belonged to one of the attackers. Acting on a tip from private detectives, investigators spoke to Milan, who denied any connection to the tragic incident. However, the police were skeptical of his claims and put him under surveillance. They suspected that the Joe family had hired him to find someone to kill Alexandra. After several days of surveillance, on August 10th, the police observed Milan meeting his client Jelki. They arrived in different cars at a shopping center parking lot. Apparently suspecting they were being watched, they tried to stay hidden. Milan and Jelki drove down the street in the car belonging Joe's. Eventually, Milan returned to the parking lot and was arrested there. At that point, he had a heavy envelope on him, containing $30,000 in wages for the work done. After Milan's arrest, a search of his house uncovered a .380 pistol. Ballistic tests confirmed it was the weapon used to shoot Alexander. During the search, cartridges and a note bearing Milan's fingerprints, indicating the task was completed, were also found. Despite confiscating the white Pontiac, nothing was discovered in it. In mid-November, Milan paid a $130,000 bail and was placed under house arrest until the trial began. Jelki was also arrested because she attempted to leave the country, resulting in a denial of bail. Helen, Joe's lover, decided to speak with detectives. It was determined that she was not involved in planning the murder. Although she overheard unsettling conversations about Alexandra, Joe's ex-girlfriend, she didn't realize they were planning a murder. Helen was not charged with any crime. However, she suspects Joe's mother, Jelka Pezic, of being involved in a criminal plan against Alexandra. Helen overheard a conversation among those involved, and she believes Lawrence, Milan, and Joe were part of it. This led to the conspiracy being uncovered, and they were charged with conspiracy to commit murder. Joe and his father were initially arrested, but were later released due to insufficient evidence against them. After some time, there was a new development in the case. Lawrence's girlfriend discovered his involvement. She suspected that his best friend, David, might also be involved, as he matched the witness's description. She tried to confirm this during a phone call, but Lawrence refused to speak, fearing the call was being monitored. She then visited him in prison, but Lawrence, paranoid, communicated only through notes. During the visit, Lawrence detailed the murder of Alexandra. Fortunately, his girlfriend was able to save some of the notes, which included information about the gun. She took these notes to the police and provided new details to the investigators. To gather more information and hold another accomplice accountable, the authorities decided to install wiretaps. The girls from Lawrence's group invited David to visit. Despite their efforts to make him talk, but he never admitted to anything. However, during the visit, David left his fingerprints, which were analyzed in a lab. The results matched the fingerprints found at the crime scene. This provided investigators with solid evidence of David's involvement in the September murder. David, being the fourth participant in the crime, was arrested. During his arrest, they discovered a bag containing an address book with Lawrence's phone number. It was decided to try him separately from the others involved in the massacre. During the trial, the prosecutor presented David's account of the incidents. David claimed that Jelka paid Milan $30,000 to arrange the murder of her former daughter-in-law, Alexandra. Milan allegedly recruited two people to commit the killing, Lawrence to drive the car and David as the shooter. Many witnesses supported the prosecution's version, as the bold attack occurred in front of numerous eyewitnesses. However, the defense disagreed with the prosecutor's story. Milan's lawyer argued that there could be a different explanation for what happened. According to the defense, someone else was driving the car. The car was stolen, and several witnesses identified Milan and Lawrence. These two drove the car around the area where Alexandra worked. Several hours before the attack, dozens of witnesses saw the car near Alexandra's house and workplace. However, Milan kept insisting that he wasn't driving the car. According to Milan, he dropped off the car at the Joe family's repair shop around July 28th, and it was not until August 5th the car started to be repaired. Based on Milan's confession, when he went to pick up the car on August 5th, it wasn't ready. Joe told him another part needed for the repair was about to arrive. He believed many more people were involved in this situation, including Joe and his father. According to Milan's lawyer, he became a pawn in the hands of the real perpetrators. On December 10th, after 8 hours of deliberation, the jury found the three defendants Milan, Jelka Pezic, and Lawrence guilty of first-degree murder. They were sentenced to life in prison. In 1997, the three attempted to appeal their sentences, but they were denied. David was the last to appear in court. His case was heard in May 1994. According to the testimony, Jelka hired Milan to kill Alexandra, and Milan hired Lawrence and David. As additional evidence in this case, notes that Lawrence wrote during communications with a friend were used. Some of these notes he retained, and one of the guards found them in his cell during an inspection. In fact, there was no strong evidence against David except for the fingerprints, which the lawyer questioned in every possible way. Supposedly, the prints got there during the car theft. David never admitted to the murder of Alexandra, but he did acknowledge stealing and providing the car to the killers. David claimed he had no connection with the other defendants, Milan and Lawrence, in the case and didn't even know them. However, this was a lie. The prosecutor's office convincingly proved that not only did they know each other, but Lawrence and David actually grew up together and were best friends. If Lawrence needed to involve someone in the case, he would definitely have turned to David. In May of that year, a jury deliberated to return a verdict against David, the last participant in the brutal attack. An hour and a half later, they found David guilty of murder. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison. During this time, Alexandra's son, Brandon, was under her mother's care, as ordered by the court. When Brandon turned 18, he opened an auto repair shop. He changed his last name to distance himself from Joe's family. In 2007, Jelka applied for parole due to health issues, hoping to receive treatment in a hospital. Her application was reviewed in 2008, during which a hearing took place. Jelka continued to accuse Alexandra of pursuing and repeatedly attacking them with various objects. According to Jelka, Alexandra always succeeded in making herself appear as the victim, but the court did not believe her accusations. In 2018, Jelka's request for parole was denied. She served the mandatory minimum of 25 years. The criminal tracking system indicated that Joe and his father continued to work in their workshop, but further details about their lives are unknown. Brandon, Alexandra's son, also spoke at the hearing. By then, he had grown up and met his paternal grandmother Jelka for the first time, which was very challenging for him. He expressed that he blamed his paternal relatives for his mother's murder, despite he being only 3 years old when his mother's died. Brandon thought about his mother every day. The case of Monica Marioni. Monica Marioni was born in Bologna, Italy, on January 7, 1965, She grew up strong and knew how to steadfastly endure any difficulties. At 23, Monica met a man, and they started a beautiful love story. A year later, she became pregnant, and on July 11, 2001, she gave birth to a son named Alessandro Leon Asoli. Monica was overjoyed, but the father of the child did not share her happiness. Monica developed postpartum depression and tried to overcome it, but her condition did not improve for several months. This led to a deterioration in her relationship with her husband, and due to ongoing conflicts, they decided to divorce. Monica eventually managed to overcome these difficulties and seemed to have found peace. She embraced life as a single mother, enjoying her independence while raising her son. Monica lived with her son in a separate apartment, and his father and grandparents were always involved in his life. He received love and pampering from his father and grandparents. Meanwhile, Monica taught Alessandro important life skills. She worked hard and sacrificed her life for her son. Alessandro grew up to be a well-behaved and diligent child, eager to learn and advance in his career, and respectful of others. In 2015, Monica, then 50, met a man named Lorino Grimandi by chance during a work visit. They quickly formed a friendship and soon felt a mutual attraction. Lorino was also divorced and experienced with children, so he easily connected with 14-year-old Alessandro. They acted like good friends. Over time, the friendship blossomed into a romantic relationship, as if two lonely hearts had finally found each other. The communication between the three was so good that Alessandro asked his mother why she didn't marry Lorino. Monica considered this and decided to move forward with their relationship. Lorino then moved into their apartment so they could live together and strengthen their relationship. Monica watched her son's reaction and he was really happy. This move was beneficial for everyone, as Alessandro clearly needed a male figure in his life. Everything went well and eventually, Monica and Lorino got married. This did not stop Alessandro from staying in touch with his father. Within the family, things were fine. However, unexpectedly, Alessandro started having problems at school. His grades dropped, and he became very anxious. Additionally, Lorino reprimanded him for his poor academic performance. It is unknown whether this was the main reason for the crisis in relations, but gradually, the teenager began to show more and more self-doubt. Leon suffered from phobias and became very afraid of many things. Despite this, he always appeared mentally stable, calm, and obedient. However, when he left home, his fears arose. His anxiety even extended to fearing his teachers during exams, making studying even more difficult. In the mornings, he occasionally felt unwell, and his temperature would actually rise. His parents decided to transfer him to a private school, hoping for a more supportive environment, but this did not help, and the situation worsened. Concerned, his parents took him to a clinic where doctors suspected attention deficit disorder. After Alessandro underwent all the necessary tests, specialists found nothing. However, his condition deteriorated to the point where even a minor scratch would cause him to become hysterical. The complicated issues led the parents to seek a solution. They enrolled their son in therapy, where he was treated for about a year. The therapist observed that the Alessandro's fears were overlapping, making them worse. The therapy aimed to help him manage stress, which seemed effective. Alessandro achieved the highest grades among his classmates. He worked diligently, performed well in school, and was justly proud of this achievement. His parents were hopeful that he was improving. However, the turning point came at the age of 18. His parents really wanted to please their son on his birthday. So they asked him directly what he wanted. The young man replied that he wanted a Rolex watch. His parents were quite wealthy and had paid a pretty penny for an expensive watch. They gave Alessandro this gift for his birthday, but Monica noticed that he was unhappy. When asked why he was upset, Alessandro replied that he didn't like watches and that he actually wanted a patch on his clothes. Rolex. This birthday was different because his biological father couldn't attend. Normally, his father had a calming influence on him, but without him, the atmosphere was more tense. He was unusually nervous and irritable, which annoyed most of the guests. Even his grandmother, who was usually the calmest, got upset. Alessandro didn't seem to care about anyone's feelings, especially his parents. He appeared determined to ruin the evening. Since July 11th, his mother noticed his condition worsening. He stopped attending school, showed no interest in applying to college or university, had no hobbies, and became apathetic and lethargic. Although his relatives tried hard to support and encourage him, he rejected all their offers and gifts. His mother was determined that he should at least get an education. By then, he had been transferred to another school, but this didn't help either. His parents pleaded with him to return to school and earn his diploma. His mother dreamed of him going to university, but to do that, he first needed to finish school. However, this only made the Alessandro feel angry. He didn't like it and didn't want any help or tutors. Instead of listening to his parents as he used to, Alessandro became rebellious and careless. Most importantly, he refused to explain his behavior. At first glance, it might seem like typical arguments between a mother and son during a challenging teenage phase, but the situation worsened in the summer of 2020. During this period, the Alessandro to display a dismissive attitude towards his mother. He became arrogant and abandoned the valuable skills his mother had instilled in him. Monica had raised him to be polite and respectful, teaching him good manners, but he seemed to forget all this overnight. He barely graduated from school, and his behavior didn't improve. Monica was puzzled about the cause. The psychotherapist explained that Alessandro had been the sole focus of parental care and was spoiled, which led to this behavior. In January 2021, Alessandro's behavior worsened. In December, he celebrated New Year's with his parents, exchanging gifts, hugging, and appearing happy in photos. However, just a month later, he changed so dramatically that Monica felt he was a different person. During the autumn months, Alessandro was relatively normal, but now he was rude and harsh. His behavior became so aggressive that Monica began to fear him. Although he used to rarely go out with friends and required a good reason to leave the house, in January, he decided to visit friends in another city. Monica was unsure about these friends, as she had never met them before. However, Alessandro insisted that he knew them, and he was determined to go see his friends. As he left the house, his mother noticed the cold look on his face. He seemed indifferent and distant, which frightened Monica with his emotionless eyes. That day, his mother was very worried about Alessandro. He usually returned home at 8 p.m. This time, he did not return until after 10 p.m., ignoring his mother's tears and going straight to his room. Alessandro did not spend much time at home. He did not work and had no plans to attend college. He rarely came home and never explained to his parents where he was going or why. When his mother, Monica, questioned him about his behavior, Alessandro told her that he was not who she thought he was. His parents were worried that the 19-year-old might fall into bad company. Monica was especially worried because the country had been shaken by a series of horrific incidents in which sons had killed their parents. One such tragedy had occurred nearby and had become a major topic in the community. The perpetrator was a 31-year-old man who, like Alessandro, had suddenly changed. He became aggressive, and his parents were frightened of his cruelty. The killer's mother gave a TV interview about her experience, saying she even started locking herself in her room at night. Monica always felt anxious whenever violent incidents were reported on television. These stories instilled deep fear in her because they reminded her of her own son. This fear seemed irrational and Monica struggled with it, feeling like they were the parents of a criminal. During this challenging time, her husband, Lorino, supported her by reassuring her that her fears were exaggerated. To manage her stress, Monica consulted a psychologist who confirmed that her fears were unfounded. The psychologist suggested that her anxiety could be caused by watching too much television, where she saw similarities to her own life. Furthermore, her son had always been a humble and very shy boy, making it unlikely that he would ever harm his parents. To calm herself down, Monica decided to watch the news with her son to understand how he felt about some of those events. After watching, Alessandro commented that those events were unusual. However, Monica noticed the cold, indifferent look and the barely concealed smile on his face. At that moment, she found it difficult to trust him. Alessandro's behavior was still unpredictable. He suddenly expressed a desire to leave this life. Naturally, Monica consulted a specialist about her son's disturbing thoughts. The psychotherapist suggested that Alessandro might be experiencing teenage changes. Such behavior often stresses parents. Watching her son closely, Monica believed that he was deliberately trying to scare them. One morning, Monica and Lorino woke up around 7:30 a.m. and went to wake their son, but he was not in bed. The night before, Alessandro had not gone to school or work. Instead, he had gone to a disco and not come home. This type of outing was unusual for the boy. Alessandro always returned on time. This was the first time he had stayed away overnight, and his parents were worried. They were worried but could not reach him. Finally, Alessandro called back, answering his mother's worried questions. He explained that he had not been able to sleep after coming home from a party, so he had gotten up around 3 a.m. and gone for a walk. Just before these events, Alessandro began displaying unusual behavior. He started growing plants in the forest near their home. Monica and Lorino initially worried these might be illegal substances, but they were just regular plant seedlings. He also cultivated them at home, keeping tools, soil, and fertilizers. While this new hobby seemed harmless, it was conducted secretly, amidst ongoing psychological pressure on the family, which heightened their suspicions. Alessandro's personality continued to change noticeably. One day, he calmly described how he accidentally hit an animal with his car while driving home. He recounted the story so casually that his mother was shocked. Recalling how a few years earlier, he would have been moved to tears by news of animal cruelty, given his profound love for animals. During this time, Alessandro met an old friend. With a satisfied look on his face, he confessed that he had deliberately upset his parents. He explained his tactics, speaking in a cold voice, changing his behavior, keeping secrets, and having unusual hobbies. At first, his friend thought Alessandro was joking. But when he realized that Alessandro was serious, he asked why he was bothering his parents. He calmly replied that he wanted to ensure a comfortable life for himself. He believed that he did not need to work hard. He planned to live off his parents and eventually inherit everything they had earned. His cold-blooded plan, shared with laughter and jokes, led his friend to dismiss it as a joke. Later, in August, a serious quarrel occurred between Alessandro and his parents. Monica and her son had reached a breaking point. She recognized his behavior but couldn't understand why he had changed so drastically. The situation had become overwhelming and left her exhausted. Determined to mend their relationship, Monica wanted to resolve the issues but didn't know how. She initially approached the situation positively, but when that failed, she threatened to evict Alessandro from their home if he didn't change his behavior. Alessandro, however, dismissed these threats and soon caused another conflict. He boldly demanded a large sum of money from his parents, but they told him it was time to find a job, secure a place to live, and move out. Monica didn't intend to cut him off financially or abandon him, but Alessandro had been inactive for a long time. Her husband fully supported Monica's decision, as living with Alessandro under the same roof had become unbearable and something needed to change. Monica understood that transitioning to independent living and working would be a significant challenge for her son, who was not used to these responsibilities. She decided to motivate him with the possibility of eviction. After a tense phone conversation, Monica and her husband returned home to insist that Alessandro move into an apartment they had arranged for him. She recalled her son's nervous and insecure demeanor upon hearing the news. But she resolved to stay strong. Alessandro therefore moved into the new apartment alone, although his parents continued to support him financially and visit him. However, Alessandro never looked for a job. His father constantly urged him to return home, apologize to his mother, and resolve the conflict. Eventually, Alessandro agreed, and his father took him back. Alessandro seemed different, with a guilty look on his face. He hugged his mother, expressed how much he missed her, and asked to move back in. Although he appeared to be crying, Monica noticed that he was not crying. She suspected that her son was trying to deceive her again. Despite her concerns, she allowed him to stay, but honestly shared with her husband that she felt that Alessandro did not truly love her. By February, Alessandro's situation had not improved. He started to show more noticeable changes in behavior, leading his parents to consult a psychiatrist. Alessandro developed a persistent habit of biting his nails, which seemed like a struggle with anxiety or nervousness. His fear of illnesses also increased significantly, and his family began to believe these issues were becoming chronic. He frequently fell ill, prompting the psychiatrist to discuss Leon's possible hypochondria with his parents. Although the psychiatrist, who worked with law enforcement, was very experienced, he did not observe the problems or fears described by Alessandro's parents. Monica and Lorino insisted on Alessandro's unusual behavior, but the specialist did not recognize these concerns. Unfortunately, it was not until April that the truth began to unfold. By April, Alessandro began to exhibit unusual behavior and changes. He became very interested in cooking for the family, but Monica stopped him because she feared he might have harmful intentions. After being repeatedly rejected, Alessandro became extremely angry, leading to the worst argument Monica had ever had with him, leaving her extremely frightened. On the morning of April 15, 2021, the family met with the new landlord to discuss the payment details for the apartment Alessandro planned to move into. Meanwhile, his parents were building a new house in the countryside, but Alessandro preferred to stay in the city to be closer to his friends. Monica and Lorino were excited about this because they hoped he would start living independently, find a job, and understand that his family would not always be there to support him. In the evening, Alessandro decided to cook for his parents again. His mother, Monica, was initially reluctant to let him in the kitchen, but he was so insistent that she eventually agreed. While preparing 3 dishes for the family, he kept the kitchen door closed, not allowing anyone else in, which seemed suspicious. Regardless, his parents agreed to try the food. Alessandro watched the meat without touching his own meal. Each dish tasted much salter than normal. While oversalted food can be unbearable, his parents didn't want to upset him, so they continued eating. After a few bites of pasta with salmon, Monica stopped eating. Alessandro, the young man, gave her another dish, which was also oversalted. After the first bite, Monica noticed a strange chemical taste and mentioned it to Alessandro. In response, he burst into tears, calling himself useless and worthless. Monica was confused by his reaction. At that time, Lorino, Monica's husband, was eating the dish quickly because he didn't want to upset Alessandro. After finishing, he stood up and said he felt very dizzy. Feeling unwell, he moved to the sofa in another room. Meanwhile, Alessandro started acting unusually affectionate with his mother. He cried, hugged her, said he loved her, and begged her not to leave him. Monica didn't take his words seriously at first. She started feeling nauseous and dizzy. Initially distracted by her son, she wanted to check on her husband but couldn't get up. Loreno was in another room and was suspiciously silent. When Monica asked what was going on, Alessandro admitted that he had poisoned himself before dinner and was now dying, just like her and Loreno. At that moment, Monica understood everything. She felt worse and tried to run to the bathroom. Alessandro brought her a glass of water and urged her to drink it, saying it would make her feel better. Luckily, Monica did not drink it. She pushed her son away and refused his help. Despite the pain, Monica still tried to reach her husband, who was lying on his side, motionless, surrounded by vomit and white foam at his mouth. At that moment, Alessandro quietly approached from behind. Monica heard the rustle of rubber gloves. Suddenly, her son grabbed her and strangled her. She began to suffocate but still fought back. When she broke free, she screamed desperately, begging for help and urging someone to call the police, hoping that the neighbors would hear. Alessandro's reaction became more angry and he attacked her. He threw her to the floor, pinned her down, and began suffocating her with a pillow. Monica gathered all her strength. She could barely fight back, but she knew that doing nothing would mean death. She pushed him away and tried to stand up again, but Alessandro threw her back to the floor and sat on top of her, making it difficult for her to breathe. This fight went on, with Alessandro muttering under his breath, "Why don't you just die?" as he tried to overpower his mother. After a few minutes of struggling, Monica felt her strength drain away. She used the last of her strength to push Alessandro away and run for the door. However, he grabbed her hair and pulled her to the floor. At that moment, the police arrived, having been alerted by neighbors who heard the woman's screams and quickly called emergency services. Monica quickly opened the door to let the police in. When they entered, Alessandro stopped attacking, realizing that it was over. However, while the police were focused on assisting the victim, Alessandro escaped from the apartment. He boarded a bus and traveled about 6 kilometers to his grandmother's house, traveling through fields and country roads to avoid detection. He also turned off the location tracking feature on his mobile phone by switching it to airplane mode. Despite these attempts to evade arrest, the police soon located him. They went to his grandmother's house and immediately arrested Alessandro. Monica was taken to hospital, where she was treated 10 days. She was given an antidote and underwent a thorough detoxification process. Remarkably, she survived despite having several times the lethal dose of poison in her blood. However, her recovery was prolonged due to the severe effects of the poison on her health, especially her heart and lungs. Sadly, her 50-year-old husband, Loreno, did not survive the poisoning and died while Monica was still recovering in hospital. During Monica's recovery, the police questioned Alessandro. His statements were inconsistent and often unclear. At times, he seemed lucid, while at other times, he seemed shocked or not quite himself. Alessandro eventually accused Monica of trying to kill him and her husband, but this testimony was not believed. The investigation revealed that Alessandro had purchased a large amount of fertilizer, supposedly for flowers, but in fact to poison his parents. He had made the purchase using his mother's iPad, intending to frame her for trying to poison the family. Monica knew about the purchase, but Alessandro had convinced her that the fertilizer was for his plants. During a search of Alessandro's room, authorities discovered a large collection of toxic substances. These included poisonous plants that resembled saffron in taste but could cause paralysis and death even in small amounts. Records showed that he had purchased these plants on April 7th, along with others he had ordered from overseas. This suggested that his intentions were serious and premeditated. Evidence suggested that Alessandro had likely experimented with various poisons to determine which would be most effective. The toxic substances found were linked to Alessandro through fingerprints and DNA analysis, and it was confirmed that he had personally ordered the poisons. Alessandro had a history of mental health problems and was receiving psychotherapy. The motive behind the murders appeared to be simple. He was looking for a way to make money from an inheritance without having to work. Despite efforts to blame Alessandro's mother, the lawyer couldn't prove Alessandro's innocence. After the trial, 21-year-old Alessandro Leon Asoli was given a life sentence for murdering Lorino Grimandi and 18 more years for attempting to murder his mother Monica Marioni. Alessandro and his lawyer appealed the sentence, claiming bias. Alessandro's biological father believed his son was innocent and wrongly convicted. He visited Alessandro nearly every day while he awaited retrial in prison. However, the father's poor health eventually kept him from attending court. During the prosecution, Alessandro's confession was presented as evidence. He admitted to adding poison to the food he was preparing, but claimed he didn't intend to kill anyone. Instead, he said he was simply curious about the effects of the substance. However, no one believed this explanation. At trial, the prosecution emphasized that Alessandro spent a lot of time researching various poisons online, including poisons, fertilizers, and poisonous plants. He even experimented with these substances and took notes. The prosecution also presented evidence of Alessandro's previous attempts to poison his parents, and that he tried to kill her by giving her a glass of poisoned water. However, his mother realized what was happening and refused to drink it. In a fit of rage, Alessandro then tried to strangle her. These actions clearly demonstrated that Alessandro's crimes were deliberate and premeditated, and that he intended to harm others. After the murder, Monica recalled that she suffered from persistent stomach pain and nausea for weeks, often feeling unwell for no apparent reason. She realized that her son had been trying to harm her long before the murder, even poisoning their food while conducting his experiments. Eventually, Alessandro's original sentence was overturned, and he was sentenced to 30 years in prison. His mother still could not bring herself to forgive him, and she chose not to visit him in prison.